let my brightness be my light. Bright episode that we're gonna have today, because as you can tell, I do want some smoke. The broken gaming protocol,
doing some poetry here.
I might. Did it come across like I was spitting some poetry bars?
It sounded like you were trying to get into some Shakespeare. Let's go.
I mean, I am a good fan of his, but I mean, I wasn't trying to. But now that you mention it,
I'll
see why not.
Yeah, see, and then I had to run outside, and now my nose. See, this is why we don't do this. Oh,
that's how it goes. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? You are in the backstage with us. If you couldn't tell, we're chopping it up, getting it in raw and uncut backstage. I'm just doing some last minute touches here before we fully get started. But I do want to thank you guys for being here with us. Pong, they can hear you, they can hear me. If you guys have any audio issues, whether it be from me or Pong, please let me know, so we're gonna make those adjustments and make sure we have a good show overall. We're gonna get started about 9:15, so hope you guys are locked and loaded, got the coffee in hand. I got the monster rocking and rolling. Pong, man, talk to the people.
Yeah, great to see everybody this morning. Look at this. Caitlin's already up. Oh, hey, Caitlin, that's what I like to see. That means some fun speculation. Families rolling out of bed nice and early to catch them living split screen. Hey. I know they set their alarms just for that, Steve.
I know they did. I hope so.
There was no other reason why they'd be up other than to see us. That's right.
I mean, if that's the case, that really touches my heart. I might just start crying live on camera.
Oh, look at Lore Master Jasper rolling on through. He says, I thought we were in church or something. Let this brightness and his light. Oh,
yeah, good, I'm trying to get you guys right. It's not Sunday quite yet, but I wanted to kind of give you guys an early message this morning, just in case you needed it,
Oh, good God. No, it's great to be back Saturday morning, Steel, with you. Got a lot to get into this week, brother. A lot.
Yeah, man.
Stuff kind of went down this week.
Yeah,
fun.
There's a lot of people who aren't even talking about the Todd Howard interview. The one thing that really bothers me, though, is the way that people aren't even giving credit to
Lex,
the interview, or to Lex Fridman himself.
Yeah.
I'm seeing a bunch of different videos, even from bigger, more reputable places, that still aren't sourcing the material that they're pulling it from. Like, for example, one of the ones that you gave me in the DMs, where it was like Xbox News or whatever the case. They didn't cite the initial source, but they did cite Reset Era for breaking down the summary.
Of course.
Like, come on, guys. Like, sure, you can do a summary all you want, but you need to link the original or have that original guy in there, because again, we wouldn't have got at least this much content if it wouldn't have been for this interview.
I'm very interested in how he got Todd. They obviously, because they were together, so obviously they're in the same area.
Let me tell you something about Lex. He's an AI researcher working on autonomous vehicles, human-robot interaction, and machine learning at MIT and beyond, and he's hiring. So I can probably see why he might be got chopped it up with Todd.
But to get Todd for 3 hours, Steve,
that is crazy.
3 hours?
That's
crazy. Like
no
nuts,
matter what, that's
man.
still crazy.
I've never seen Todd sit down. Again, that's why I call this the best Todd Howard interview ever. I've never seen this before. So yeah, we definitely got to get into that. And I got to get into listen, Steel. You're looking at the newest Marvel superfan right here.
Oh God! So Midnight Suns has turned you is making you a fan?
Midnight Suns.
I mean, that's exciting to hear.
I'm telling you, it's the real deal, and I'm gonna talk about it.
Please talk about it, because I know you've been playing it. Yeah. I know you avoided me last night to play Midnight Suns. It's all good. I didn't feel any type of way. It's okay.
I didn't avoid
it's okay,
you
man.
at all.
You wanted that single player experience, and you wanted to get some Midnight Suns in without Steel trying to sweat.
I got some Midnight Suns in on Thursday. I got some Midnight Suns in yesterday. I got some Midnight Suns on my brain. So I'm telling you, we'll get into it when obviously we go through what we've been playing, as we always do when we break down this. Doing this week, we always wind up going off the beaten path and talking about these games at length, but Midnight Suns is definitely worthy of a discussion. From the I've probably already got 6-7 hours in, maybe more.
So yeah, you've been on it.
Yeah, so I've been rocking it. Yeah, I've been rocking it. But yeah, this is exciting. There's a lot going on this week. We've got what else? We got a little bit of ABK stuff going on. So yeah, we got a lot to get down to. Who's already rocking with us though? I already named some people.
We got some beautiful. We do got some beautiful people.
Insane. We got Nyx. Look at this. We got Nyx. We got Sappho. We got Tim the Sorcerer. We got Talos Ray in here.
Talos.
Beautiful Caitlin again is in here. Who else we got? We got Bellantone is in the house as well. We got Andrew Cullinane. That's right. We got Casket Repair. What is going on? Six Slayer is joining us. What's going on, Slayer?
How you feeling?
Going good, brother. Sappho is in here. I think I already said, I said Sappho earlier, but always good to mention multiple times. Great to see everybody rocking and roll us early. Again, shout out to the Midweek Mix-Up Collective, Wandering Dutch, and the whole crew over there.
Gentlemen.
I do not get to watch them enough because they are on in the afternoons now when I am busy at work now. It sucks, but I miss those brothers over there. I used to hit up their shows, Midweek Mix-Up and all that kind of stuff. Go check them out if you have not. Again, we are part of the collective. Again, Dutch is one of the greatest over there. Just a really good member of this community. On the other side of the world. Oh, look at Stuff Sean rolling up in here. Right on time. What's going on, Stuff? So yeah, shout out to them. And of course, shout out to our Saturday morning brothers over at the Gaming Circle podcast, Kay Asante and Everborn Saga laying it down already as well. Of course, Kay Asante shows up after his show is over because we're still rocking and rolling. So we do 2 of their shows in one right here. But shout out to them as well.
That is a fact. Unfortunately, depending on how people look at it, it's not like we do it intentionally, but that's just how our shows go.
Yeah, that's how our shows roll, man.
And at this point, I would rather bring somebody in to break our show down than for us to lessen our show, right? Because there is a high potential for a lot of content to come out of these shows. Whenever we get a chance to streamline, but
and shout out to the quote master, Brad Ward, who I know is going to be breaking this down later.
Hey, shout out to Brad Ward.
and taking our quotes out of context and making it seem like we were saying something different, but that's all right.
Yeah. Brad, I'll be honest with you, man. Good people. I mean, at least from what I've experienced thus far. And man, you got to be careful how you put some things out of context. Got to put some context behind it.
He's been doing better lately.
Yeah,
he's been doing better. He's done paragraphs instead of just one-liners. Where it's like, ooh,
the one-liners.
When did we say that? When did we say that?
The one-liners were like, that's not the complete story.
Yeah, right. Hey, there's Wandering Dutch. Speaking of the devil appears. That's right. The Viking himself, Wandering Dutch. Shout out to you, brother. Miss you, man. We haven't talked in a long time, and I do miss you. Siki, what's going on?
Siki.
Great to have you in here. Great to have you guys in here. Everybody rocking and rolling. As you can tell, Steele and I are already well into our mornings, and we are ready to go here because there is some big discussions to have. Steele wants some smoke today, so we're going to find out.
I mean, it's not necessarily smoke or anything like that. I mean, if you guys didn't see the name of the show today, it's just called the Broken Gaming Protocol. It is something that we kind of talked about. Again, I mean, one, it was a play off the game that released this week, but the other thing too, it's kind of an extension of a conversation that we had last weekend when we talked about broken games being released and us paying full price for those games. And there's a lot to be considered there. Not to take anything away from the game, because I know people are doing that. Again, people are always going to play their console war games or whatever. But the main point for me is that to get broken games, especially on the, I'm not going to say especially, but when you get them on the PC platform and they're running piss poor, and then you also get them on the console platform, and on one side it's playing all right because they had help versus it not playing as well on the other side. And I know people are like, oh, well, just the power of the play. No, it's called you had devs from one side to make sure it was going to run properly on their console. Yeah. Whether they came in to help finish the game up or not, again, a lot of the implementation that you see, whether you want to say the controller or whatever, that is from those devs coming in and giving it in hand. Now that could have been a part of the original plan. That's great, but it's not like Xbox sent 100 people over, 50 people over, whatever, to make sure it was going to run right on their system, right? And then come to find out, Callisto Protocol is also PlayStation has a marketing deal with Callisto, so there's a lot that goes into that picture, and you have to take the picture as a complete picture, not rip off one half of the picture and only speak on that one half. It just doesn't make any sense. You do want to speak on the artist's complete work, and the complete work tells me we continuously, this is why I don't like playing single player games when they release, no matter, in a lot of aspects, unless I'm 100% interested, it's this exact reason right here. And I know it happens in multiplayer games. Again, I'm dealing with Call of Duty currently, and they're one of the biggest teams working on one game, and it's still having the issues like me not being able to pick up loot off the ground. It's because for whatever reason it got lost to the floor or to the world. I don't know who ate it, but it's annoying, especially when you're in some heated situations. I'm getting to a point where in this Warzone, I'm catching bodies but I keep getting put in situations where it's like, oh, you wanted the backpack? Well, you're gonna have to lay on the floor, get in this certain position, maybe stand up, do a handstand, empty out your complete book bag, then try to pick it up, do reverse kick flip. I don't know what I need to do to pick up some of this stuff off the floor, but it is annoying, and it is something that I personally think we got to keep speaking out on because it's not acceptable. You can't raise prices on our goods and then still give us less of a product. Now, I say that, but we've been getting that since the 80s, probably, since they stopped making things to last. At least from my perspective, things aren't built to last anymore. They're built to you buy another one. And that's the way this kind of come across. I just don't want that to happen coming into the gaming industry, and it's just becoming more and more prevalent.
It already is. It's here, Steel. It's here.
It's here.
It's a crutch. It's a crutch.
Yes.
The minute that patches were available, they are a blessing and they are a curse.
Yes.
And that's what we've gotten now at this time. Devs feel comfortable releasing games that obviously needed more time in the oven, and they should be embarrassed when they got 150 devs from Sony to help out. What shape was this game in prior to
That's my perspective. And people aren't. I listened to some shows last night. People weren't, and people weren't even mentioning that. Again,
and we also know they came out. They came out the head. Schofield came out and said that they were doing crunch. Remember when he got blasted for that, and he had to delete the tweet and apologize. But they were crunching already, on top of having an entire Sony team. Let's be real. 150 devs is more than work on some games.
Games. A lot of games.
Listen. And Siki said it, and I was going to bring it up, and we'll talk about it again. This is pre-game. We're going to talk about it, but Siki did bring it up. It feels like they were just trying to beat Dead Space out the door.
That's exactly what it feels like, and that's the unfortunate part. But we'll definitely talk about that because now Dead Space remake EA. You saw EA. I don't know if you seen EA. EA looked like they were excited.
Oh, that's a PTK. You see PTK's tweet? He put out the dancing tweet, the Woody dancing, and said EA looking at the Callisto Protocol reviews right now.
So I think EA is definitely licking their chops because, again, yes, they are remaking an old game, but what they're doing with this older game, again, it's going to speak leaps and bounds on what we currently have as a product, but that's neither here or there.
Let's get into it, Steel. Shout out to Dreadpool dropping in here. Shout out to Stanley Francois saying hi to us this morning. Who else just dropped in here real quick, and then we'll get the show started here. Oh, Killantis. Great to see you, man.
What's going on, man?
Great to see you. Nick's in here, and I don't know if I said Nick's before, but of course, one of the OG supporters and watchers of our show. Nix is always around here too as well. Again, shout out to everybody listening. If you are in the background listening, whatever the case may be, we love you. We're about to get the show started for real this time. Steel, are you ready?
Yes, I am ready, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get to it. Let's start this show, man. We got to get the audio listeners involved, so let's get the recording started. 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, how are y'all feeling this morning? It is episode 82 of Living Splitscreen, a non-console-centric platform, talking about everything that's going on within the gaming industry with a big personal flair on it. We take that live, raw, and uncut approach, but not only that, for those who have been gaming for a while, or maybe you're new to gaming, we take that RTS approach. And if you're not familiar with that, that's real-time strategy where you pull yourself out of the world, look at the darker crevices of the map. We pull our resources together to build up not only our foundation, to potentially reach those 3 billion gamers, but also to build up our community, because I feel like that is our mission. But with that being said, we got a lot of fire things to get into today. Todd Howard interview happened this week by Lex Fridman. Definitely check out Lex Fridman's channel. He's a unique guy. I wasn't expecting this kind of interview from him. I didn't know who this guy was before. He does have 2.39 million subscribers on YouTube, so he's not some small fish, not some dude with 1,000 followers getting some interview with Todd Howard. No, and he's an AI researcher working on autonomous vehicles, human-robot interaction, and machine learning at MIT and beyond. So I think it's somebody that we should hold some credibility with. And he did ask some interesting questions, along with, his own little fanboyism in there a little bit, because he seemed a little bit sad when he found out that Starfield is going to be exclusive to the Xbox ecosystem. But at least he seemed like he was disappointed. I don't know.
He's a PC only guy,
yes,
which people forget to mention when they went off on that part of it. Like, he flat out said he only plays on PC.
But it's going to be there. So it's like,
I got a couple thoughts. We'll get into it when we talk
it's going to be there. Yeah. I do feel like that was another thing I was going to mention, that I felt like he kind of missed that part of it, where it's going to be Xbox console, but it's going to be on PC. But anyway, right. ZeniMax Online is doing some additional hiring, not only for Elder Scrolls Online, but there's probably going to be some other things on the back end of that. Diablo 4, there has been some journalists and some influencers. Shout out to Jess Corden from Windows Central that put this information out there, that received Diablo 4 early and plan to release previews on December 7th ahead of the Game Awards, which would be if Blizzard, if Rod Ferguson has this much faith, because this never happens. This game, I don't think, is supposed to be released until like March. I don't even know. We don't even have a release date.
Yeah, the latest is people are saying April is what it's shooting for. Okay. Jez also put out that he heard June. So we'll see.
April, June, but you're giving people copies of the game now and letting them do reviews. That's kind of crazy. I don't know. That speaks a lot of confidence to me. It could be very specific reviewers that are getting the games. So you got to take that with a grain of salt also. There could be a lot of bias that gets put into that. But at least that lets me know that the game is pretty much finished. If not fully finished, and it could be doing some polishing. So again, it's a brave thing to hand out a game, especially this early when it's potentially 3 to 4 months ahead. Also, we got some more information from Insider Gaming. Assassin's Creed Mirage is aiming to release in August of 2023. And again,
shout out to Tom Henderson doing a lot of good work this week.
Yeah, it did come from Tom Henderson. Thank you on that, Pong. But the game will be smaller than traditional Assassin's Creed title. It will cost about $49.99, which is, again, for a smaller title. Again, smaller titles, it depends on your perspective. To beat Assassin's Creed Valhalla, you have to put at least 100 hours in. So a smaller title, you're talking about 40 hours maybe. That's smaller. That's still a full game, right? $49.99 for them trying to go back into the essence of what made Assassin's Creed. I think it's going to be well worth it. We'll see. I like what they did. I like the characters. So, well, the character, I should say, that they showed. So I'm definitely interested in that. Other than that, we got a few other amazing topics that I got to jot down here. But those are some key notes that we'll be touching on today. But I am one of your hosts, Steel Rain. The T is a 7 everywhere. But I got to introduce one of the most uncanny gentlemen in these gaming streets. Well, YouTube, also a personal, not only friend of mine, but a brother from another. And he is the X-Men who is not Cyclops and newly found Marvel fanatic. Uh, I think we got him back in, ladies and gentlemen. Or he might end up talking me into getting Midnight Suns because I've been looking at the sideline like, I don't know. I like Marvel. I like the characters. You know, there's a lot there. Y'all are tempting me. But nonetheless, the X-Man who is not Cyclops, my brother from another, Pong. Oh, how you feeling, man?
Good morning, gamers. What is going on? It is great to be back here with my brother, Steel Rain, on another episode of Living Splitscreen. Been looking forward to this all week. Steel and I have not talked. Did we even play any Call of Duty this week? Did we even early? No, we didn't. Okay. Yeah. So great to be back on here with Steel and with all of you. Whether you're listening live right now, and we shout out some people behind the scenes, but to our audio listeners who just joined us, listen, nothing but all the love and respect in the world for you coming out and hanging out with us. And again, if you're listening to us live right now, if you can hit that like button, if you can hit that share button, or if you can just go to Twitter and look at my feed and retweet my tweet that I put out this morning with video, which I don't usually do, but it's been a crazy morning. I apologize. My nose is going to be running. If I have to go blow it, I'm going to run off camera here because I had to go outside early this morning already and come back in. And that does not work when it's about 8 degrees outside and I come back into a warm house. My nose is going nuts. But listen, Steel just mentioned it this week. I don't even remember what I played early this week. I literally don't remember because my mind right now, as Steel alluded to, call myself the newest Marvel super fan because ever since Thursday, when Midnight Suns launched, and yes, we had other great games. Oh, I know what else I played this week. Need for Speed Unbound. No, of course, Need for Speed Unbound. That's what I was playing early this week. Got into the 10-hour trial. So let me talk about that first. 10-hour trial, Need for Speed Unbound. We had Need for Speed, Midnight Suns, and Callisto Protocol launch this week. Big week of gaming.
Yes.
On top of Sword of the Vagrant, small game that I shouted out last week when we played the trailer for. But Need for Speed Unbound, I got into the 10-hour trial. At this point, I have probably put in 3-4 hours into the game, maybe a little bit longer. I'd have to check my demo time. But I'm still undecided on this game. Now, Steel's been having a great time. Mav has been having an excellent time. Fuzzy, shout out to Fuzzy. He's probably lurking already if he hasn't already popped into the chat. Fuzzy's been having crashing issues, but they seem to be resolved at this point. And he is a racing genre extraordinaire when it comes to all things racing. He likes what he's playing so far. I am undecided. I like it. I think it's one of the best Need for Speeds that we've had in quite a while. But I'm undecided whether or not I'm actually going to pay full price for this game. And you all know I'm a budget gamer, so it's not like, if I had all the money in the world, I'd buy every game. I could care less, but I just don't. So I got to always judge games. And the 10-hour trial really is a great way to do that through Game Pass Ultimate with EA Play. Love a lot of the aspects of this game. I had a lot of fun with it. But there was some things that were really annoying to me. At first I was really upset with the drifting, really upset with that aspect. I did play around with it. For anybody who doesn't know, you can go into the settings, you can adjust things. I adjusted things, got it to a point that I was happy with it. But then I started noticing that it was inconsistent, that it didn't, even on a track where you're running laps, not every corner that you just went through handled the same way when you came back around to it. And it was starting to annoy me a little bit. Loving the graphics, loving the animations that I thought were going to be a problem for me that I had talked about before this game launched. Actually, not at all. Because I had talked about maybe turning some of them off. I thought they were going to get in the way of the racing. Nope. They did a fantastic. It does. Fantastic job. Shout out to the Criterion crew over there who decided to go this route. They took a chance with this mixture of realism and anime. Graphics, gorgeous. Again, most of the city, most of everything that I'm seeing rendered, awesome. Really great job. It looks, I'm not going to say it's like a current gen showcase by any stretch, but you can tell that they focused on current gen, that they weren't worried about previous gen, which we've seen in some games has caused problems. All of that, great. Cop AI, I'm not happy with how they handled the cops in this one so far. Again, old Need for Speeds, when you were racing, the cops would go after the first couple racers and cause them problems, which if you were behind, gave you a chance to kind of make up because they were harassing the lead racers, right? That was how it was supposed to work out. It makes sense. But now those cops go after the first few racers, and then literally within 10, 15 seconds, they're dropping back, and all of a sudden me in fourth place is getting harassed. And to me, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But again, overall, love the customization of the cars. The cars look fantastic. The story, listen, if I turned off all the voice acting, this game would already be a half point better for me if I could turn off all the voice acting. The voice acting is absolutely horrible. I can't stand it. I can't stand how anybody talks. The story is a general Need for Speed story, but I've seen it done better previously. So for me, that's a negative. And if you disagree, you disagree. That's cool. Mav's getting into the story. Like, okay, all right, cool. I just can't. But I think that, and I have not played the online section yet because I wasn't looking forward to the online section. I watched Mav stream some of the online section. It looked cool. It looked fun. I'm just not into that for Need for Speed. Need for Speed for me is a single player arcade racer. And that's what I enjoy. So I'm undecided. But then Thursday rolled around, Steel, and it wasn't supposed to launch until late Thursday, but the New Zealand trip worked for Midnight Suns. So after Mav and I got off, and Mav had started playing earlier in the day, and I was watching him stream it, and I got super jealous because I was at work. And got off of PM in the PM with Colt Eastwood. If you guys didn't go see that episode, go check it out after this show. Great episode. I hopped on Midnight Suns right after the show. And I've been playing Midnight Suns nonstop since that point. Of course, I had work to do yesterday, but I got to play some anyways. So did that. And let me tell you something. Firaxis nailed it. I am so glad that I came back around to this game after being off the hype train, after doubting the card system. In the beginning when they first had shown it off, and both Mav and I had jumped off that train. But then as they showed more, as I watched the dev deep dives and the dev gameplay, excuse me, this is what happens when I change atmosphere or change temperatures. Watching them play and then saying, you know what, I'm back on this hype train with Midnight Suns, even not being a Marvel fan, as you all know. As somebody who is not invested in this universe at all, but I am invested in XCOM and Firaxis and what they do with that tactical RPG. Listen, they're masters. So I'm glad I hopped back in. This game is good. This game is, sure, there are reviewers out there like ACG. Shout out to ACG, one of my favorite reviewers out there, who did not like this game, who actually said, wait for a sale on this game. He brought up some criticisms of the minor stuff in this game, like the economy, where you are trying to earn glint, I think it's called in this game. And it's not like they're feeding you glint nonstop, and everything customization wise in the game costs you glint. If you want to take artwork off the wall, literally in the Abbey, it costs you 50 glint. If you want to put a new piece of artwork up on the wall, 50 pieces of glint. If you want to change the colors of your costume, it's going to cost you 150, 200, 300 for a palette of glint. Okay? That's how they did it. I can understand his frustration with that, but am I playing that game for that? No, I'm not. I'm not playing this game for that stuff. It's an addition.
Yeah.
So I don't look at it as like this big deal for me. The animations, could some of them be better? Absolutely. I think Firaxis could have done a better job with some of the animations, with some of the lip sync. There's stuff that we've taken for granted, like if it's raining outside, Steel, my characters should be looking wet in this game, they don't get touched by a drop. I don't know if they got force fields around all of them because they're superheroes,
man.
But they don't get touched by rain. Okay?
No, you don't get wet when you're a superhero.
So there's little details like that I've run across that I say, okay, I can see where people said, yeah, this should have been probably fixed or probably should have been looked at before they launched. But let me tell you, the story in this game, Steel, which I didn't care if I was going to like the story or not. I didn't care, man. I didn't care because I'm not a Marvel fan. I'm about the battling, right? I'm about the fighting.
Right.
The story is better than I ever expected. And Mav agrees with me. Mav's a Marvel fan. He through and through. And he agrees that the story is great. And the first few hours of the game, you're going to be going through a lot of cutscenes. You're going to be doing one battle, and then you're going to have like probably 30 minutes of cutscenes.
Okay? You got to get introduced, right?
They're setting up the story. They're introducing you to the characters. I actually care about what's happening in this story. And again, as a non-current day Marvel fan, that says a lot. I actually really enjoy this. The acting is on average good. Okay. It's not great. No, there's some parts that are okay, but on average, some people hate the Iron Man character and who they picked out. Listen, that's always going to happen when you've got such a strong presence in Robert Downey Jr. who has set the bar. Like, what are you going to do?
It's hard,
right? It's hard. And they didn't, and I can understand why people are kind of upset because the actor who does play him is one of the weakest of the group out of this. So story-wise, great. Captured me right away. Then I had gone through the dev diaries and the deep dives and see them play, the more they advertise this as the RPG side of things. I went into this game, okay, this is an RPG. I'm going to play it like I would play an RPG. So I went and explored the Abbey before I was supposed to. I went and explored the grounds that were open outside of the Abbey. All of a sudden, I'm collecting resources, Steel. All of a sudden, I'm collecting plants and stuff. And I'm like, okay, so we're going to have potions. We're going to have stuff that normally comes with RPG later down the game. So I started doing all that. Great time. The Abbey, for as big as it is, does feel small. On the inside, I think they could have opened it up some more. I think they could have done more with the interior. The outside world of the Abbey is big. Now, it's not like open. It's got its paths and it's got all that kind of stuff. And you got to gain access to other areas within the Abbey as you progress and all that kind of stuff, the general stuff. But that's cool. The other thing I was worried about, Steel, and I think everybody here heard me talk about it, was the relationship building and how that was going to go. And let me tell you, they handled it, from my perspective, almost perfectly. Like when you go to train, because you can train each day with a different character.
Oh, okay.
And ACG pointed this out as a negative. I point this out as a positive because I want to get on with my day, right? I want to get to the next actual battle, right?
I mean, yeah, you spend 30 minutes in a cutscene.
And I was kind of worried that they were going to, have all this interaction like the training section be like something kind of like, okay, can we just get on with it? No, you pick out, you say, hey, daily training, cool. Pick out the character you want to train with, cool. You hit the start button, cool, and success. And you get all the stuff that you gained out of that training, right? Nice. Your friendship level, all that kind of stuff. That's it. And you get they customize with what character you did. They customize a screenshot as if you guys were battling and training. So they customize a screenshot. Yeah. And that's all you get. Cool. Perfect. Yeah. You have opportunities to talk to people, give them gifts. Those turn into little cutscenes where you have dialogue choices. Nothing major. Like 3 minutes, 5 minutes of just little dialogue.
Scarlet Nexus did something similar to that too.
Yes. Cool. It was cool. It's cool. I got the Legendary Edition, so I got all the neat, as Steel likes, I got all the nice alternate costumes and stuff. Fantastic. You want to know what happens, Steel? I hate the new Miss Marvel look. I hate it, Steel. I hate it so much that I had already decided with her stupid haircut, her modern haircut, that I was not going to be bringing her on any trips. I was not going to friend her. I don't care how powerful she is. Well, guess what? With the legendary mods, I got to get rid of that haircut. I got to get rid of that and give her a normal haircut. Guess what? She doesn't annoy me, Steel. And in fact, I like her now. So I got rid of it.
She has?
Yes. Yeah. I hate that. I hate that. Now she's got a normal haircut, Steel. And guess what? I like her character, and I'm bringing her out because she is powerful. I've actually increased my friendship with her so I can get the bonuses in battle.
Captain Marvel, yes.
Yes. So I did all of that and got to a point where I love this. Then I haven't even talked about it. Let's get to the meat and potatoes real quick. But this is what Steel and I do when we do our intros anyways. But meat and potatoes real quick. The battling. This is where this game shines. ACG, again, I'm quoting him because I watched his review twice because I respect the man and he does a detailed review. He nitpicked this game, and that's fine. He didn't like it. He said wait for a sale. He didn't like what they did.
Mm-hmm.
The battle system in this game with the cards is extremely well done. Extremely. Again, I'm not the biggest card battle fan, but this game allows you to redraw 2 cards each turn. So if you get something you don't like, you have a good chance of getting something you do like. It works. It works perfectly. The strategy is such that if you are a casual, if you are just a Marvel fan, but you look at this game, I don't like turn-based, I don't like tactics. You can play on normal level for the entire game, get the entire story, never sweat during battle, even with the card. You'll have a great time. If you are an XCOM fan and you're saying, oh, the cards take away from the strategy, they made this for casuals. Let me tell you something. I moved from normal because the system tells you, hey, you're ready to move up a level. Do you want to move up a level?
Okay, I like that. I like that.
Absolutely. And there's 8 difficulty levels, folks.
Oh, wow.
8.
Okay.
So I went from normal, starting out because they only let you unlock normal to begin with, obviously. I was getting 3 stars, right? Because I'm used to these games.
You were blasting.
I'm blasting through them. Get 3 stars. Hey, you're ready for Heroic 1.
Okay.
All right, let's move up to Heroic 1. No problem. More XP, more glint, all that good stuff comes with it.
Yeah.
I move up. Yeah. My characters at their level, I think I'm level 5, 6, somewhere in that neighborhood with my characters. Yeah, we're getting 1 star still. I'm winning, but I'm getting 1 star. I ain't getting those 3 stars anymore. That difficulty bump is big. Then you have to start appreciating the strategy behind the scenes. Again, if you're a casual, you just want to play through this game, you're going to have a great time. You're going to like a lot of this game, from the Marvel aspect of it to the actual powers and how they animated it during the battle scenes. When you pull off a move, they look fantastic. Did a great job. You start moving up in the ranks, you're that XCOM veteran who likes the strategy. All of a sudden, you can start increasing your cards. You can start modifying your cards. And then the strategy comes in, because let me tell you, even on Heroic 1, with my characters being lower level, I've got to be careful. Otherwise, my characters are getting KO'd, because that is the strategy that comes in, and you got to plan out your card moves 2, 3, 4 moves ahead to make sure that you are maximizing every single attack. The environments are small, and that's something that ACG did have a problem with. He wanted a little bit bigger areas. I don't have a problem with it, because what it does is it forces both you and the enemy to really decide positioning. And you've got to position your characters in the right spots to take advantage of the environmental attacks that you can use on top of your card attacks. This is where the strategy starts getting in. And you've got to be aware of who you've brought along with you on these missions. You can take whoever you want to. The Hunter, who is your character that you create, which is fantastic, by the way, creating your own character in a Marvel universe, that's rarely, if ever, been done. I think this might be the first game that's allowed you to create your own superhero to play around in this world. It is awesome. But you don't have to take your Hunter out. You can take 3 of the regular superheroes out on the mission. But you have to be aware of who you have. And you have to be aware of how their powers work in tandem with yours.
Right.
And you do have to balance your team out. Otherwise, you are getting KO'd by these guys. And again, that's only 1 level bump. There's 8 levels, folks. And I watched the dev diaries where they were towards endgame and they had their characters beef up, and they were playing. The last one that they did was the main guy, and I forget his name offhand, from Forex. God dang it, I can't remember the director on this team. Anyways, he played on the highest level. and it was dicey from move one. He even said that because they played the game so much, obviously, they know. He said, I will know in 2 moves if I'm going to restart this whole scenario. I will know if I have lost. We're talking about high-level chess stuff here. Again, you don't have to ever do that. That's the balance that they've created in this game. You can come in as a casual and play through this and have a great time and maybe find out that you like tactics games. But if you're hardcore XCOM, they've got it. And they've got it in spades for you as far as the strategy goes. So sorry it took so long. Steel and I do this from time to time. But I played a lot of Midnight Suns. And I got to say, all I want to do is go back and play more Midnight Suns right now. That's how much fun I'm having with this game. It takes a while depending on how you progress through the beginning. Again, I was out exploring. I was doing stuff I was not supposed to be doing because that's how I play RPGs. That's what I do. So I was out and about. So I was wasting a lot of time. But even Jasper last night, Jasper's playing this too on stream. And he flies through games. He likes to beat games. It took him 2 to 3 hours. About 2 to 3 hours in, it opens up. And you start to get deciding what battles you want to take. Okay. You can do more within the Abbey, all that kind of stuff. So that's how long it takes, depending on how you play the game. But if you're on the fence about Midnight Suns, even if you were somebody who said, not really in the strategy tactics, but you like the Marvel Universe, this is a get, okay? If you're looking for a game that's going to challenge you, that's going to be a little bit different from what you normally play, I would highly recommend it. I think you're going to love the story. You might have some problems with some of the acting and the characters, but overall, it brings that comic book feel. And again, after each battle, if you guys didn't know, you get a custom comic book cover that they create, that the AI generates for you. I thought people were doing that. Okay. Yeah, but then you can go in and edit it, Steve. And you can make it your own. Nice. But they create one for you. If you like it, you can take a screenshot, you can take a snapshot of it. Otherwise, you can go in and edit it however you want to. So little touches like that for Axis, know what they're doing. Great game. Again, if you're on the fence, I would say buy it. I think you're going to enjoy it. With side missions, they're saying 80 hours plus if you're going to do the side mission stuff, if you're going to build up your characters. You just want to run through it 40 to 60 hours. So this is a game that's going to give you longevity. They've got a new game plus style too as well, because you get one of the last everybody knows it's been officially announced. You get Hulk towards the end game. Towards the end of the story, you finally unlock Hulk. So you don't get to play him for very long. He's a high level character, but then you can go back through, play all the new game plus kind of scenarios with Hulk after you beat the game. So there's a lot here. 4 DLC characters coming out. Morbius, Deadpool, Storm, and Venom are going to be your DLC characters. So nice. Can't wait. Yeah, can't wait.
Yeah, man. I mean, from what you're telling me about Midnight Suns and everything, and from what I've seen from it, when I was watching Mav stream, I kind of feel up and down about it, right? There's a lot of aspects to where I'm kind of pulled in, but then on the other side of it, it's kind of like, I don't know. Because a lot of those types of games do speak to me, and it's kind of one of those things to where recently playing Marvel Snap, and I know people, it can be a very simplistic game, but as you kind of level up and everything, it does become more of a you got to think ahead of people, right? And there is something good there is a good feeling to have when you're thinking ahead of people. You're thinking, even if it's just the AI, when you have a system in place, which I got to give all kudos to. I didn't know they had that, to where the difficulty adjusts to you. That's one of the main things I love about Forza, or games of that ilk, or that look at it that way, that will adjust your difficulty. You'll say, hey, you're playing at this difficulty. You died a couple times. You want to turn it down? Oh, hey, you're beasting it. You want to go ahead and turn this difficulty up? You have those, you have that option. So it makes it feel like the game is either rewarding you or trying to kind of give you a, hey, man, maybe you should think about this a little bit differently. Yeah, I really like that perspective to it. That interests me even more. Again, me being a Marvel fan, I can already see everybody's going to have their own team that they want to take out, right? Yep. Everybody's main character is going to look differently. Maybe I'm also seeing that sometimes you don't have to even take your main character. So it's like there's a lot of Marvel Snap do be cheating because it's all about the placement. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I can imagine this game is going to would be cheating too in some aspects. You know
the
how
reinforcements keep coming.
Yeah,
Like the reinforcements keep coming, and the card draws are still random at the end at the beginning.
Yeah.
So there are times where like you get the superpowers, which you have to have heroism built up to use some of the superpowers, right? And you're in a sticky situation, and you get that 2-card draw that they have like high heroism cards show up at you, and you're like, oh God. But again, they give you the option to redraw twice each turn.
Okay.
So if you get cards you don't like, you can redraw 2 cards.
See, and
gives you a chance.
So there's another element of that. And again, this definitely seems like if you're newer to this genre of game, this could definitely be the one that starts that ball rolling for you.
Yes.
From everything that I've heard from.
Yeah, and you can decide how deep you go. Like I said, you could play on normal and never have to worry about like, mixing up potions. Like they have that whole aspect of mixing up potions. You can bring a certain amount of those cards with you. You get more revives on normal level. So if your character KOs during battle, you got a chance to bring them back. All that kind of stuff. And it's how much you want to invest in the strategy side. How deep do you want to go? How high of level difficulty do you want to reach in this game? That's going to be totally up to you, how you want to play this game. And they have a story mode. So they even go below normal. You don't get any achievements, but you can run through it if you just want to play the story. And again, the story I think is worth it. Listen, any game that brings Blade into it, I'm all about. Again, Blade is underutilized, and he is great in this game. He is fantastic in this game.
And it looks like he has a lot of abilities that would complement him, which is really dope. When I was watching Matt play.
His stake heroism move, bro, devastating. Plus, he heals himself when he stakes somebody.
That's dope.
Man, it's amazing.
And Tim the Sorcerer brings up a good point. He says, "I'll definitely buy it, but with my backlog, I'll wait for a sale. This game sounds like a lot like a lot of playtime, which I love, but my time is limited towards games."
Totally get it.
Holidays,
totally get it.
Yeah, again, totally Tim, I think that's the biggest thing that's turning me off right now is because I am playing Pokemon Violet. I am playing Need for Speed Unbound. I am playing Call of Duty Warzone 2.0, which a lot of the times, depending on who I got online, does take the precedent a lot of times, right? And I'm having a really good time in Warzone too. They got the third person mode. There's different perspectives that I can play in. I'm still grinding out my guns in some aspects. And I mean, I'm max rank in Call of Duty, but because of that multiplayer aspect, it's always going to pull me back. It's always going to pull me back in. So it's one of those things that I kind of always fight with. And Pokemon itself, I'm seeing people getting the raids and all this stuff now. It's like, dog, how much time do you guys have? But again, when you have multiple platforms that you're playing on, multiple games that you're interested in, like you and Matt brought up the point out, I believe that was on PM in the PM with Cole Eastwood this week. They were like, hey, Xbox is trying to turn everybody into grazers. And I mean, essentially, I mean, that is Xbox's goal. And if you look at the consumer, if you look at consumers, that's what consumers do. The ones that aren't necessarily me and Pong, and even if it is Pong, right? Pong openly admits he's a grazer. But most consumers are that way, right? It can start off with a Call of Duty or whichever game you want to put in that conversation, but you put more games in front of them, more access, those people will also turn into grazers because, again, you're getting things as part of your service, more chances for you to try. So that definitely is very well part of that possibility. But I did want to jump a little bit into, you spoke on Need for Speed Unbound, so I kind of want to give a little bit of my opinion on it too. So Need for Speed Unbound. I'll start off with some of the good things and then move into some negative things, just to offer a balanced perspective. So first, I really like the game. I do. It is a good time. It's a good feeling game. But I do agree with Pong. At first, the driving and drifting is very dramatic in some aspects. Because in some ways it does feel like Need for Speed Heat, and then other ways it doesn't feel as refined until you get used to your new old car, right? So one of the things that Unbound does is they kind of have this thing to where they make you choose a car, and that, to me, I thought that was gonna be the car I was gonna keep. So I got the Lamborghini. I'm like, yes, I got the Lambo. I'm good. I'm gonna soup this up. We're gonna win some races. I think we're gonna be rocking and rolling. Some things happen, gets taken from you, and I had to drop down to a 240. Nothing wrong with a 240. I got the wide body. Well, I got some. I got it sitting wide. It's looking real nice. I got the anime girl inside. It's black. It's white. It looks real good. Got the rims on there. It's a beautiful. I like the way the cars are going so far, but there is something to say about some of the challenge in the game, right? And I only say that because of how they have everything set up currently. Like as far as the races and everything, what really drew me back, because most racers, and you brought up this point too, Pong, most racers allow you to do a race over and over, or at least allow you to restart. Now you could choose not to restart, but most of the time, hey, if you first time, like for me, for an example, I've kind of gone with the mantra over the years that it takes me 3 tries on any racing game, 3 tries on a map for me to get first on the hardest difficulty. That's always been a thing for me. That's all like a challenge that I kind of set for myself. Once I got into about 3rd, 4th place, I'm getting used to it. I'm trying to drift around the corner. I mess up. I press start. Look at the restart. I'm like, all right, well, fuck it. I'll start over. And there's no restart.
Mm-hmm. I forgot to bring this up. Yeah.
That threw me off, and I still don't know if I like it. Mainly
the limited amount of times. Yes. For everybody who doesn't know, you've got 4 times that you can retry in one day.
Well, and that's if you're playing it on normal difficulty.
Yeah.
If you're playing on the hardest difficulty, you either get 1 or 2 retries.
That's right. Right. I forgot, Steel. You play that way.
So it makes it even worse. But the reason it makes it worse is because of how they currently have the day set up, right? Everything is set up on a weekly basis. So that race that you did today, you're not going to be able to do till, let's say it's Monday. You're not going to be able to do that again until next Monday. That can be a turnoff for some people. And it does make me look at the game sideways sometimes as somebody who likes to practice a map, right? Who likes to get good, because that's how you get familiar with the physics, the handling. That's where you get your practice in that, right? Not out in the street, out in the open world while you're getting chased by cops, while these other things are happening. That's one thing that's kind of, it's off to me. I don't mind it. I've just kind of gotten used to it, but I'll give you guys another example. I'll talk about the heat system real quick, and then I'll get into the example. So the heat system, I like the heat system because it's not as detrimental, but at the same time, it really is. What I mean by that is, like in heat, for an example, no matter what you did, you're gonna get heat added on to you, especially at night. If you got involved with the cops, the longer you went your chase, the more cops are gonna chase you. In this, the heat is strictly based off of race, right? So, for an example, the heat that you get, that you build up, is completely on you. If you build up to level 4 heat, it's on you that you got the level 4 heat. You should have turned it in for the night. Now, I'm hard-headed. I got the level, I'm trying to get as much money as possible. To this point, the cops busted me a couple times already. Mind you, because I have a slower car, these cops are level 4, 3, 4. Like the Corvette from Most Wanted from back in the day, the Corvette don't play like in this one. And don't let them pull out the SUVs. Don't let them put out the chopper. Like, especially when you're starting off, I can understand how people would get frustrated, right? But at that same point, you do have to understand that the heat level is completely based off of you. I haven't seen an issue with anything less than level 3 heat, to me personally. And the cops, I kind of like the AI a little bit more, because the other thing that reminds me a little bit more like Most Wanted is that it kind of has like an Assassin's Creed thing, right? Where you have so long before somebody sees you. The cops have that same thing. The other thing too is if you're driving, let's say you're out in the open world, you got level 3 heat. If you're driving behind other AI vehicles, the cops won't notice you. Like, let's say there's a cop in front of this AI vehicle that you're behind, cops don't notice you. You could be like in the radar space, and they won't see you because you're kind of in the flow of traffic. I like that. It's different. It added a little bit of not necessarily randomness, but it added a little bit of realism and more of an in-depth feel to the game. But at the same point, again, my experience with the cops so far has been extremely irritating because there's been 3 times where I've gotten almost 30K, and I've escaped from the cops, and then somehow they get back on me, and I never make it back. So I'm frustrated by losing almost 100K. So I almost was like, you know what? I don't know if I want to play this game anymore last night. Because I got busted again. I was on a roll too. I was like, oh man, level 4 I was like, fuck it, I'm good. I just upgraded my car a little bit more. I like, oh, I'm feeling it. You know, the turns, bro. The cops don't play. Like, they're like, yo, your car's not fast enough. Now, mind you, there was a race that I did because they have like deliveries that you could do with different cars that they present to you while you're out in the open world, and other little side missions that come up. I'll tell you what, I can't wait till I get a faster car because I drove a Bugatti, and my God, was that for a fucking good time. That was a good time. Like, I was purposely, because you're supposed to get these cars and you're supposed to turn them in and get them in the best condition possible, which you can. Because luckily there's gas stations that redo your damage, will fix your damage and everything. But boy, was that a fucking good time. I was purposely getting cops on me so I could dip out with the Bugatti. And it was a really good feeling. And that gave me the perspective on the game that I was like, all right, this is how it's going to really feel. And usually that's how it is for Need for Speed. Where they're going to punish you if you try to risk yourself. That's how it was in Heat. And then this one, they really kind of added that level to it. The main thing that makes it a turnoff, though, it kind of kills that motivational piece for you, is how the races are set up. That's really the only thing. If the races were set up how they were previously always done, it would be a lot easier, I would say, to get into for some people. But I can understand why that could turn some off. But either here or there, this does seem to be a well-performing Need for Speed for EA in a long time. Again, it's doing really well. OpenCritic, Metacritic. A lot of people are feeling it and saying it's going in the right direction. But Pong, what did you want to say?
No, I was just going to say, you were just bringing up a couple different points too, and I was going to ask you how you felt.
Yeah.
The racers also, being that you have to pay an entry fee.
Yes.
and that's tacked onto, and let me ask you this, because you played Heat more recently than I did.
Yeah, I played a lot.
The upgrades in this seem exorbitantly priced. So it is very difficult to upgrade your car quickly.
Well, the other thing too, though, in this game is that they took more of a class-based focus, which I also like, which a lot of racing games don't do, because now if you upgrade your car past a certain point, it takes it out of a class. And now you no longer could do those races because you're not in that class anymore. So,
but the upgrades themselves, Steel, are they not more expensive than they used to be?
Comparatively to how the game is set up, to me, they do seem more expensive. But I do think that the game is set up for the price point that they're at, for sure. I only say that because of the class system. There literally is more of a class meta-based system, because if it was cheaper, you would just upgrade your cars. You would get lost, because the problem that I'm having right now is I'm at an event that I'm supposed to have 4 different cars for. I don't know if I'm going to end up getting 4, and this could change my complete opinion on the game. I don't know. I'm supposed to have 4 cars for this event. I still only have my 240, and it's an A class now. I'm supposed to have a B, an A plus, and a different vehicle. I only have 1. So what is going to happen? Do I miss out on this race that's also supposed to give me another car? Or like, what is going to happen with this? So that's one part of it. But just to answer your question directly, the upgrades do seem more expensive, but at the same point, and I think it only seems that way because they put that huge emphasis of, hey, if you do these upgrades, you're going to take your car out of this class. And they do really well representing that to you on screen, so that you know, right?
It just feels like to me that they added to the grind factor. And again, this is what we're getting into with games. They want that engagement. So it seems like to me that the risk reward out of the races plus the more expensive upgrades really says to me, and again, this is what games do nowadays. Again, there's always the psychological aspect to it. Gaming, that's what gaming is now. Yeah. In a lot of ways. But that they really are minimizing how quickly you can advance. They want you in this game for extended periods of time to work your way up, to get all those vehicles. Like you said, Steel, that's one thing I noticed too with the main mission. being that you were supposed to be planning for this race.
Right.
And I did the same thing when I looked at it. And I haven't played as much as you, but I was looking at that race and I'm like, how am I supposed to have multiple vehicles that are going to be ready for this race?
Mind you though, Pong, like they do, because on the successful nights, you get like there's three nights. If you do them successfully, they give you a car.
Okay.
Now,
but
because I got busted,
right,
I don't get anything.
Right.
So I'm at an extreme disadvantage. I don't know how I'm going to end up feeling.
Right.
By the time I get to this race that's supposed to be on Saturday, I don't know. That could usually change my opinion, but overall, I do think that this is I'm not gonna say one is the best Need for Speed that they've put out to date. There's nothing really that I could compare it to other than Heat, because there is a lot of elements that they took from it, but it is a step in the right direction, and I do. Although they are missing cops from online, there's other elements that they're missing from online also. Those things are coming, but there has been a more of a focus on now if you do go online, and again, I haven't gone online myself, but I have been doing my research for the people who have played online. They said they do like it because now people are more motivated to do races with each other, but or races against each other. But on the opposite end of that, there's not enough variety there to keep people in that in the long term. So hopefully Criterion, I could definitely get jump on top of that and make it shake, because I'm extremely interested in that. And again, I am playing on the hardest difficulty, so
you are. And for everybody to be aware of too, the online is separate from your single player game.
Yeah.
So separate vehicles, separate money, separate everything. So your online profile is completely different.
And I think that was the other thing too, is that I think one of the people's biggest gripes online right now is that you don't make a good amount of cash or enough for people to feel like it's worth it, which could be another negative too, right? Especially if you separate it out like that. I mean, I know they did it to give people an even experience, but you got to reward people for that too. But I have an experience for myself, so I don't want to speak on it.
Yeah, and Mav was streaming it online, and he really likes the online. And what is cool is because you can have up to, I think, 16 players in a server, right? If you get into a match, they will start the match if there's only 2 of you, and the rewards don't drop down.
No.
So you got a good chance of making some money if nobody else is playing on that server. Because I was watching Mav do races against 2 other people. So he, even if he finished in 3rd place, he was still getting a big chunk of change for 3rd, right?
Yeah.
Even though there wasn't a full lineup. So.
Right. And Hyperfed Gaming says you in recent times, you mean Underground is the best. I mean, that's why I say up to this date to date. Because we can, even as much as I love Most Wanted and Underground 2, I do think we have huge rose-tinted glasses when it comes to those games. And comparatively, if you try to compare those older games to what you have now, you're probably look at some of those games a little bit differently. I know went back to play Most Wanted not too long ago, and I was like, it doesn't feel as good as I remember, but there's neither here nor there. That's why sometimes it's okay not to go back. Just live with those memories. But no, and other than that, I've also what else I've been into? What else have I been playing? I just went completely blank. I know I've been playing Need for Speed Underbound. I've been playing Warzone. There's something else that I've been playing too that's been in my rotation.
Pokemon.
Yeah, Pokemon has definitely been the other main thing. And again, I haven't quite beat the game yet. I'm still fighting through the Elite Four. But it's been a good time still, man. Like, again, it's the best Pokemon to date. Regardless of the performance and everything else, it is a good game overall. It's a good feeling game, especially in co-op. I just can't speak on that enough. It's a good time, man. And again, it's my turn-based game that I'm playing right now, right? Which is the other reason why it's just like I can't. If I jump into Midnight Sun, something's got to get put down. I've already had some of that feeling already with some things, because it's just like I mean, you only have so much time, right? So there is that. I think that's really the main things. I was trying to see real quick if there was something else that I was jumping into. I was going to jump back into Gotham Knights because they did drop their heroic assault mode for Gotham Knights. I haven't had a chance to jump into that yet. Again, I want to give that my full attention. And if I'm playing other games, I mean, I can't do that, unfortunately. But it is something that I want to jump into. I heard a lot of people having a good time with it. So that got me extremely interested. And yeah, I mean, honestly, that's pretty much been my week. So Modern Warfare Warzone 2.0, some Call of Duty, some Need for Speed Unbound, and then Pokemon Violet. All 3 games a good time. And again, that's probably, again, even for me, that's a lot. Because usually I'll stick with one game, beat that game. But ever since I've kind of jumped into community, that has changed. I also will openly put down games if I'm not enjoying them. So that's the other thing, right? What I did with God of War, and I did it again when it came to PC. 4 hours in, and I just can't do it. I don't know what it is. But I do know, but it's neither here or there. Vampire Survivors, I have completely put down. Again, shout out to everybody that's having a good time with it still, or who have completely finished it. Shout out to you guys. I don't seek any motivation to beat the game, but it doesn't take away from me still feeling that how great that game is for just being a game. I want it to still be available on more platforms. And again, this is coming from somebody who is not going to continue playing the game. So this should be a prime example of somebody being able to be still subjective and still let you know that, hey, I would still suggest for you to continue playing it or to finish playing it if it still has you drawing in. I just know for me, those 30-minute runs, yeah, as much as it's a good time, but you get lost in that sauce, and then I take away from these other games that I'm playing. So, and at the end of the day, it's always going to come down to time. Who's fighting for what or who is fighting for your time? Kids, family, game, what is it? So outside the vehicles, cars, like there's other things that kind of take that time out. So that's been kind of my week. So it's been a real good time. And then needless to say, gaming is not dry. We're having a fantastic time. And again, Midnight Suns keeps knocking on my door. And as a Marvel fan, I just... I don't know, man. I
got cool costumes. I sent you the Iron Man night costume, man.
I didn't like that one. It was okay.
Bro, you got to see it. You got to see it live. I bet you'd like it.
Maybe
but they got other ones. They got other ones.
I know they got other ones. They did well with a lot of costume choices and everything. And you best believe that's what I'd be spending my coins on. Be mad about everything else because I got no coins. I spend it all on clothes. That's my problem in Need for Speed right now. Spend it all on cosmetics and then do no performance mods. That's probably why I'm behind. I don't know.
Probably.
I've been having a good time. All right. Well, that was, first hour in, giving it to you live, raw, and uncut, as we do. And it's just the intro to the show. Again, we got an interesting week. This is an opportunity for me and Pong to kind of catch up to. And I think it's a good opportunity to catch up with you guys. I approach these shows like we walked into like an auditorium or stadium or maybe we're not big enough for that maybe. So let's say a classroom or something like that. No. Let's say a concert. We're going to a concert, small concert, and
a theater, Steel. A small theater.
A theater is much better. I like theater. We're going. It is exactly like we stepped into a theater. We're speaking to, the people that have come to enjoy our show today, and chopping it up with you guys and just having that conversation. I feel like it's the most amazing part of this. So, as much time as we may spend on some of these sections, I feel like it's well worth it because you guys get better content. Me and Pong get to catch up. Everybody gets to catch up, which is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, we're talking about games that we're actually playing, Steel. We're not talking about plastic boxes. We're talking about the games that we are actually getting into, Steel.
We're also not talking about like what my dog did yesterday. I mean, we could, but again, with the way we have our show set up, this is what we do. We talk about games, and we'll talk about personal stuff later. When we get our gaming in. But with that, I mean, we're getting all riled up. We're started here. I think we should start with some smoke, Pong.
Wait, are we gonna get into next week's gaming?
You know what? We should start with this week in gaming. We should definitely do that.
Look, we don't plan this show, but we do have a little bit of a flow.
We do have a structure. We should stick to our structure because I know people appreciate the structure because not many people do what we do as far as this day in gaming and the upcoming week in games. So I want to be able to put that out there on Front Street for you guys. So let's get into these this week in gaming, man. What are we starting with?
That's right. December the 5th is Monday. That's right. We are in full swing leading up to Christmas. And we had a big last week with 3 major titles coming out. But this week is still another good one. I wouldn't say anything huge this week at all by any stretch of the imagination, but we do have some interesting things, and we've got some Game Pass stuff launching this week too as well. So for sure, check this out. So week of December the 5th, we are starting with Divine Knockout. Divine Knockout coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC on the 6th. This is by Redbeard Games, published by Hi-Rez Studios. It is a fighting game coming out. So go check that one out on December the 6th. It is an everyone rated game. So I'm assuming this is kind of a Smash clone-ish type game, maybe battle game, something like that. And then we've got Hello Neighbor 2. Listen, this is one of those. Listen, that's what I'm saying. This is one of those games where we look. I played the first Hello Neighbor. It had its moments, but overall, I'm like whatever. But Hello Neighbor 2 coming this weekend. This will be in Game Pass. So again, no risk to you if you have Game Pass. Again, like Steele said, a lot of the kids love it.
A lot of kids love scary games. It's really strange.
Right, it is.
I don't know.
They have a fun time screaming, Steel. Whereas you become an adult, it's not so fun anymore. Man, I saw some people shutting off Callisto Protocol.
Really?
I saw some video.
I'm telling you, I'd be the one.
Yeah.
I'd be the one.
I saw some people like literally pausing the game and when something happened and having to come back to it because, so Hello Neighbor 2, December the 6th. Again, Game Pass as well. Sky, Children of the Light coming to PlayStation 5 and 4 on the December the 6th. And if this is this a different game than I'm thinking of. This is from the Game Company, published by the Game Company as well. This has been out on iOS since 2019, Android 2020, Switch 2021, coming to PlayStation on December the 6th, 1 to 8 players. So this is a multiplayer action game. Again, it looks like it started out as a mobile game, but who knows? Maybe you're going to have a good time with it. And then we've got coming up Chained Echoes. Now, this one is one I will be downloading, Steel. This is from Matthias Linda is the developer. I believe it's obviously the indie developer. I think it could obviously single person developed. Published by Deck 13. Deck 13 has been publishing games for quite a while. This is a classic style RPG, JRPG. Really cool artwork to it. So if you're looking for JRPGs, listen, Xbox is doing their thing.
Yeah.
We haven't talked about it yet, but Monster Hunter Rise coming to Xbox, coming to everything.
Oh my God, bro.
Listen, but coming to Game Pass. Xbox is out here making waves in the East. People are going to have to start sitting up and taking notice. Yes, this is a smaller indie title, but this is a game that probably would have skipped Xbox. And now it's coming to Game Pass. Again, no risk. No risk here, folks. If you have Game Pass, jump into this game, check it out. Most of the developers get paid off of engagement, off of downloads from Game Pass. That's not the only way they get paid, but it is one way. So check this game out. This is getting downloaded for me day one. I am definitely going to check this game out. Again, that's Chained Echoes, coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC, and Game Pass December the 8th. So please go check that out. Got a PC release also on December the 8th called Crossfire Legion, another strategy game coming from Blackbird Interactive and Smilegate. Hi, Crossfire X. This is the Crossfire one.
Yep.
This is the Crossfire strategy game. Crossfire RTS, published by Prime Matter, coming December 8th. Again, Crossfire, believe it or not, is huge over in the East. It's huge over in Korea. So go check that out. If you got a PC, it'll be interesting to see if they bring that one over to console eventually. Then we got Choo Choo Charles coming to PC. And this is, people have probably seen videos of this. They've been pumping this one for a while. If you're in the PC space, this is that horror. This is that horror Thomas the Train game. Okay, this is that one where they show you and you're getting chased by that demonic
Spider
Train.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm good. I'm so good.
Choo Choo Charles from 2-Star Games, published by 2-Star Games. They consider it an action game coming on December the 9th for PC. And December the 9th. Good old Square Enix yet again. Listen, Dragon Quest Treasures is coming, but it's only coming to Switch.
Yep.
Only coming to Switch. Again, Square, don't get why you've been down in sales, why your numbers aren't looking good, why you got to sell off Crystal Dynamics and Eidos Montreal, why you got to start thinking about investing in NFTs. This is why, Square, because you don't bring your games that have a lot of potential everywhere.
But they were thinking about doing that, though.
Yeah, well, they're too late with all these games coming out. Listen, I'd play Dragon Quest Treasures if it was on Xbox. I would. This game looks fun as hell. It's another role-playing game. It's Dragon Quest. I love Dragon Quest. I actually like Dragon Quest as a series better than I do Final Fantasy overall. And I would play this game. But it's not coming. It's coming to Switch. So, but hey, Switch, it's going to sell well. Most JRPGs do sell well on Switch. I understand why Square wants to bring it to Switch. But why aren't you bringing this to Xbox? Why aren't you bringing this to PlayStation, for God's sakes? Why is this a Switch-only game? I don't understand. Unless they paid for it, I don't get it. And I don't think that they did pay for this one. This was just a Square Enix decision. So Dragon Quest Treasures, there's a lot of Switch players out here. A lot of people have Switches in the house now. Go check it out. I love Dragon Quest. And that's it, Steel. That's this week in gaming. Let me see if I did miss something real quick. I did send you, I think. Let me go back in the DMs. But I think I did send you the Xbox Wire with what was coming out this week. Yeah,
you did.
There is a couple things coming out here. So we got Sword Ship coming out on December the 7th, optimized for Xbox Series consoles. Futuristic lightning fast dodge 'em up. So not a shoot 'em up. Turn both the tide in battle and enemies on themselves by dodging, weaving, and diving your way through an onslaught of enemies hell-bent on tearing your sword ship apart. That sounds interesting. What else we got here? We got Toggies coming out for series, also optimized for Xbox Series consoles. Plunge into the colorful world of Toggies. This unforgettable sandbox adventure is a combination of both something new and totally familiar. Solve puzzles by spreading and stacking these cute blocks called Toggies around the cosmos to save the galaxy from the threads of the void. I love their descriptions. It makes everything sound so dramatic, Steel. So this sounds like a Tetris-like puzzle game, is what it sounds like to me. What else we got here? We got Botgaden. Botgaden coming December 7th. Okay. Botgaden is all action, execution, and speed. Ninja robots, Robayu, and Bytron. Yeah, Xbox robots. Xbots. Race to recover the powerful skulls that have been stolen by each of Euroquee's 6 henchbots. Slicing everything in their path, they must reach their destination. All right. What else we got? We got Mech Armada coming, also optimized for Xbox Series consoles. Create and command custom mechs to outmaneuver the swarm in this post-apocalyptic tactical turn-based roguelite. Leverage the terrain, learn each mech's unique skills, and use strategy and resources to survive an ever-changing series of battles to give humanity hope. A turn-based strategy mech game, you say?
Interesting.
I like it. Terror of the Hemosaurus, coming December 9th, plays a giant monster and wreak havoc on humanity in this retro city. Smash them up, punch buildings, slap helicopters, eat humans, kick cars, enjoy multiple ways to cause carnage, satisfying arcade and mindless destruction for up to 4 players. So guess what, folks? Got another Rampage coming. That's exactly what that is. Old school people, old heads like myself will remember Rampage. Steel probably remembers Rampage.
Rampage on the PlayStation 1 was the reason I had a fucking I had a callus on my thumb. And for years, Pong, I'm telling you, for at least 5 to 6 years. You know how people, you get those warts on your thumb for you touch a frog, you picked it up, pissed on you. No, I got this from playing fucking Rampage, and I had it for at least 6 years. It was fucking, I thought it was never going away. I thought I was going to have to go to the hospital at one point. Bro, it was right here on my thumb. Fucking insane. Because you had to fucking tap the shit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was back in the day.
Oh, yeah. No, a lot of dollars spent at the arcades from my dad back in the day on Rampage. 100%. Then we got, what else we got here? We got Dobo's Heroes coming December 6th. On our faraway planet, Dobo is a worldly renowned hero. He's inspired the work of millions of people, but something had made Dobo shut himself off from the world. Fortunately, his family, especially his grandchildren, are trying to bring him back to life in this puzzle platformer where you need to help Dobo leave the depths of his world. All right. Looks like it might be an 8-bit style game, 16-bit style game. Firefighter Simulator, The Squad coming December 7th, Steel. Optimized for series. I did watch a video on this. I'm always interested in simulator games. Some of them can be kind of fun. And then, there's something about firefighting, right? Firefighting is dangerous. It's kind of cool. You get giant hoses that spew out tons of freaking water. Yeah. You got axes. You got all of that. Hey, listen, you've been looking for a firefighting simulator, go check out the videos on this one because it actually does. You got to rescue people and stuff. There's people trapped in buildings. They can all burn down. So go check that out. December the 7th. The Rumble Fish 2 fighting game, Steel. Another this is legendary arcade game over, especially in the East. Developed by Dimps in 2005, the fighting game gained popularity for its smooth visuals, powered by SMA, as well as a high-level strategy driven by its 2-gauge system. The console version contains new features such as online versus mode, a first for the series. It uses rollback netcode. You're going to be hearing that a lot, folks. Yeah. If you guys don't know,
hey, go support just
tell it, Steel.
Please
tell it, Steel. Rollback netcode. What does it do for you?
More fighting games need to have rollback netcode because it gives you the experience of like you're playing couch co-op with somebody, like you're right next to each other. You know the lag that you get in Mortal Kombat. If somebody's doing a move, and all of a sudden it's like lagging, or it feels slow, or maybe somebody feels too fast. Rollback netcode prevents all of that. Just to put it in super layman terms, it gives you the premium online experience so that you don't feel cheated and you get the smoothest experience possible.
Yep, and more fighting games. Isn't Guilty Gear just adding that, or did it come out with that?
Guilty Gear has that also, yeah.
Guilty Gear has it. All the newer fighting games, Street Fighter is going to have it. All the new
has it.
Yeah, Multiverses has it. So again, whenever you hear rollback netcode, that's what it means. Like Steel just said, gives you the best experience possible in a fighter to eliminate lag so that you feel like you're standing on that arcade machine next to each other playing, and there's no question that you lost because you're just bad, okay? Because you're button mashing.
Yeah.
Not because of lag.
Yeah, exactly. That's the main thing.
And I think that covers us, Steel. So yeah, there was some extra stuff in Xbox Wire this week for sure. So
all right. And I did want to mention one quick thing before we do get into one of the main cruxes of the show. Somebody mentioned this yesterday, and I want to offer a correction. Pokemon isn't first party to Nintendo. It isn't owned IP by Nintendo.
Yes,
but it is made by a second party developer,
Game Freak,
known as Game Freak. Do not give out misinformation to people and have several people just ride your D. Or ride dick, I'll say. Fuck, trying to censor it. Riding dick, or just trying to be part of the group to say, oh, yeah, it's first party. Yeah, it's a first party game. Again, intellectual dishonesty goes very far. I know a lot of people taking these jokes and you're being facetious, and it's all just jokes. When you're giving out bad information, you're giving out bad information. It's not that big of a deal, but I do want to let people know that, please. Do not be swayed. You can look up that information yourself, and actually, because some people
should be first party.
It should be.
They should have bought Game Freak a long time ago. I don't know it's Nintendo though.
But one good example here is it's not made in-house by Nintendo, so even though they co-own the IP, it's not first party. This is a rare case of a second-party franchise. This doesn't speak to the quality or legacy of the franchise. It's mostly just a legal distinction. And shout out to Pokey Shulk on Reddit for that comment there, because that's exactly my point. right? Again, doesn't really matter, but it is what it is. Yes, Nintendo is the only one that owns it and it is displaying it, but it's not considered first party. I just want us to be able to, because these terms are being used more frequently now than they have ever been. And I just want people to be able to use them correctly. That's it. And not give people bad information so they don't look crazy when they go tell their friends. And now you started a whole train of people who think one thing and are wrong. That's not good. That's not what we're here for. We're here to give out good information. That's part of one of our key things here with Living Splitscreen. But let's get into one of the main cruxes of the show, and that is the broken game protocol. And I'm not just speaking about Callisto Protocol, but I did find that the perfect opportunity to, again, talk about a subject that I will continuously talk about, we will continuously talk about here on Living Splitscreen, and that's games coming out not completely finished, right? And as consumers, we do have to, at some point, stand in the line and say, hey, this is unacceptable. Now, again, I know it's difficult. I know one person doing it, 2 people doing it, 100 people doing it, may not matter. But it is extremely important for us to continue to speak out on these things, because this is still one of the industries, of the few industries, I should say, that the consumer can drive choice. What I mean by this, in case you guys are wondering, Callisto Protocol released. And there was a lot of hype going behind Callisto Protocol. A lot of hype. Everybody was excited about it. You know, it was made by the original people who made Dead Space. There's a Dead Space remake coming out this year. This seems to be the year for horror games in 2022. So there's just a lot going into this. Not long ago, we got word that there was 150 PlayStation developers that were sent over to the studio to help with Callisto Protocol. Again, 150 people on anything, it is quite a lot. And it is also more than a lot of dev studios make a lot of their games, right? Especially newer IPs. That's neither here or there. The issue that I'm speaking to is the performance issues that the game is having. And also the very one-sided issues that are happening on one console versus the other console. And the thing that I'm seeing is people again bring up look how much stronger this console is versus the other console. And it's like, well, obviously that's not the case. But if we're going to be disingenuous and we're just going to do it for smoke and have a good time with it, I get it. But that does not excuse the performance that the game has on PC. And this has been an ongoing thing on PC since more console games have been coming to PC or have been ported over. Where on PC, you are getting games that are having huge frame rate drops. The game is almost unplayable. You're getting errors. Call of Duty, another main one, like getting dev errors mid-game, getting crashes mid-game, especially in something like Warzone. It's not a good feeling. It makes me legit. I'll put the game down and I'll go do something else. Again, my choice. You also live in a space where it's like, hey, I can do that. But the reason I bring this up is because it does seem to be that there is some form of protocol happening behind the scenes. And again, I'm not going to say it seems like, we know that the publishers do care about their bottom line more than they care about the health of the game, more times than not. At least that's the way that it comes across. And this is another prime example of a game that probably needed to be delayed further, but due to the Dead Space remake being developed by EA, that they forced the game out so that they could have the conversation early. And you're already starting to see a lot of people comparing it to Dead Space. A lot of people saying that it doesn't hold any weight to Dead Space. There's a lot of people who are saying that it just feels like a clone, like they just took the same game, gave it better visuals, added some additional little things, but other than that, it's not any more creative than the original Dead Space was. And a lot of those, I can't speak to any of those things because I haven't played the game. Again, I've said it here and I'll say it again. I'm not a horror game guy. I'm not a scary game guy. And the only way that I will play it is if we get to 1K subs by the end of the year right here on Living Splitscreen, or if the game ends up being gifted to me by one of the lovely people in the community. Because at that point, I committed to you guys that I would play it live on stream and complete the full game. But neither here or there. It has gotten to a point, at least to me, where the way that games are being released, it does not hold any truth. And of course, me and Pong kind of debunked this too, but to the price of games being raised or us being charged more for our product, right? At this point, I don't even know if games are worth $60, to be completely honest with you guys. Again, value is always going to be in the eye of the beholder, and there are going to be games that are worth that price point. The only reason I bring that up is because nowadays there is a huge mentality with the release it now and patch it later. And I personally do not like that. Now, that could be very old-headish of me because I did come up in a generation where I got what I had and that was it, right? There was no patch that I could depend on. It was just the game. If they had to patch the game, it would completely destroy their God, why can't I think of the word? It would destroy them getting out on the shelves and their behind the scenes shit. I can't think this morning. Not enough coffee yet.
Marketing,
whatever, manufacturing and everything. It would fuck all that up. Back in the day, it was a complete mess if you had to fix something. So you had to get it right, or as close to getting right day one. Now, I just feel like there's so much lax because us as consumers have been trained, hey, there's gonna be a day one patch. It's also negatively impacted gaming because we've gotten reviewers who are reviewing games before they get their day one patch. Therefore, putting a negative mark or a stink on games that otherwise may be a little better. Right? I saw some people bringing up Days Gone as a good example of that, where a lot of the reviewers before the day one patch weren't having a good time. Then the day one patch dropped. Nobody went back and adjusted their scores. They left it as is. But a lot of people thought there was a better experience after the patch drop. Just using that as one. Gears had something like that. Now, Modern Warfare, another recent example, 2.0, had something like that. Shit, they updated the game and I had no access to my social parties. Like complete zero. I couldn't party up with nobody. I had to like go through osmosis, reach through your TV to get you to be part of my party. I just think, and it's kind of a difficult conversation to have, right? Because of course we want our games, right? If Pong gets Starfield tomorrow, no matter what the condition was, he'd be like, fuck it, give it to me.
Yep.
Right? The modders will fix it. There'll be a patch next, 3 months. I'm good. So we're all going to have our biases on that, right? Games that we love so much, we can deal with it. But I do think it just opens up a stronger conversation for us to have because, one, the game does seem to be very jaded on one side of the console market. And again, that is because you've had devs from your studio, from your corporation to go help make this game. And 150 people from Sony is not a small amount of people. Xbox didn't send over 100 people. Nintendo didn't send over 100 people. Nobody else sent over people. It was just that studio and PlayStation. PlayStation also has the marketing rights to this game. So this could be another example of PlayStation just taking advantage of an opportunity, right? Because technically, PlayStation isn't more powerful, quote unquote, than the Xbox is. And if anything, they should be on par with each other. So there's no reason why one game has little to no issues, whereas your competitor has issues that shouldn't
Funny
exist.
how parity went out the window this time, Stu. Funny how parity went out the window. The Xbox can do ray tracing, but in the quality mode, the Xbox version didn't have ray tracing in the mirrors. Interesting.
So parity. So again, and that's the other reason why I wanted to bring this up, because Pong, exactly, you hit the nail on the head. That's the exact point. So parity only matters when it matters.
On one side, yeah.
And I know people, oh, well, look at PC. It's not, there's no parity. That's not okay either. That's not acceptable. You have all these people, oh yeah, we got all these options and these. It's not okay for you have to put a game in, for example, DirectX 11, like we had to do with Gotham Knights also, to alleviate issues that the game is having, performance-wise. Especially on a platform that's supposed to be able to power through it, right? Oh, I got the hardware, I should be able to power through it. Which is another good conversation. It's like you're paying money for this hardware and you have games that aren't even taking advantage of it, right? Which is fair. But it opens up a really nasty picture because, again, you're seeing this thing that has always played out. Is that exactly like Pong mentioned, parity only matters when it matters. And right now, at this current standpoint, to me, it kind of comes across, well, we'll fix it when we fix it. It's not a big deal. People aren't worried about parity. People aren't really discussing, why are there such a big performance differences? Nobody's saying that. Not really talking about it loud like that. At least from what I've seen. I could be missing something. You guys inform me, let me know. Pong, if you've seen something different, let me know. Again, I try to talk for the consumer and come from a consumer standpoint. Again, when you take that RTS approach, it's kind of the point, right? To see it how other people would try to see it how other people see it. Or as the consumer base would see it, not just the hardcore enthusiast. And again, it doesn't make me want to put value in the game when I know it has its issues. Now, again, of course, I can force myself through it. Of course, I can sit here and tinker and play and do all these things that PC players are known to do. Console players shouldn't have to do that. Console players also shouldn't have to deal with a certain level of jank just because it's on a console. That is the biggest negative that I have personally seen from console games now coming to PC or PC games coming to console, whichever. There's an issue one way or the other. And I know it's a time thing more so than anything because time is always going to be the bane of everybody's existence. But then if we want to talk about time, then we have to talk about management because there has to be piss poor ass management going on for these games not to be complete at the, let's say, supposedly release date. And again, there's a lot of games that come together last minute. A lot of games that do come out to be exactly what they need to be. The last week, the last day, the last update, the first day patch. Cyberpunk. Played it before the patch day one, you're going to have some problems. Played it after the patch day one, it was better. It's still not good, but it was better. Me and Pong were able to have a decent experience. Played the game to totality and loved it. Right? Although it had its fucking issues. Stuttering and everything. It was weird. T-posing and everything.
Man.
So I want to pass this. Off to you, Pong, because I do want to get your opinion on it. Does this speak to you more so on the current day and age that we living in? As far as one, we mentioned this in the pre-show. They just don't make things like they used to. Also, the gaming industry has trained its consumers that there's a patch coming. It's going to be fixed later. Yeah. Where we also get this, because everybody says, Xbox keeps telling these gamers to wait. They want you're waiting. Okay, but we don't ever talk about how everybody else is waiting to get complete games. Like I know we're waiting for first party games, but damn, why am I waiting for complete games from anybody still? Like it's weird, and I know it's kind of I'm kind of comparing two different things, first party along with all games in general, but. Do you think that this does speak to a bigger picture? Do you think that the studio behind Callisto Protocol, the original makers of Dead Space, were put under some pressure to make a mark before the Dead Space remake? Do you feel that they just tried to take advantage of a situation? Do you feel that Sony may have some hands in this to make it perform better on one side as it kind of appears, or is this all nonsense and the game just what it is and PlayStation is the better performing console and we just got to deal with that? What do you feel?
The ship has sailed on this entire topic, Steel, unfortunately, a long time ago, right? I think it's still important that we talk about this stuff, but honestly, there's so many facets to this conversation when it comes to broken games, when it comes to incomplete games, when it comes to patches, when it comes to how we as consumers respond to all of this. It's a big topic that, again, it's almost near impossible because so many different aspects come into play. You've got the consumers and what an individual values, right? And what an individual has a tolerance level for. Again, my tolerance level for bugs is higher than I would probably say the average person.
Yeah,
I probably. So I can put up with games. And again, a part of that goes back to me playing games for over 4 decades now, being through entire generations where we didn't get games that were fixed. The games were what they were.
Yeah.
Games came out that were fantastic, and then there was games that came out completely broken, and they just remained broken. And now, ever since the introduction of the internet, ever since we've gotten consoles online that allowed developers to patch games to fix things that were broken, it fixed entire endings in Mass Effect, right? So now, ever since that happened, like I said, it's a double-edged sword. It's a curse and a blessing at the same time, because obviously, a game that comes out broken that a lot of people would have to live with their purchase forever. Now we know there's potential that they could get fixed and it could become a better experience, and they could wind up finishing the game and have an awesome time with it. But then there's also a curse because now, yes, in this age, in the time that we are now, where video games cost for a AAA game upwards of $100 million, $150 million to make, the pressure is there to get that game out the door. So devs are more willing, or I should say not even devs, I should say management and publishers are more willing to push a game out the door because the time's up. We got to go. We got to go. Fix it later.
There should be a deadline too.
There has to be, because it's big money. There has to be, because it's big money. Whether that's right or wrong, it has to be. Whether you can say, well, the devs then bit off more than they can chew, that they should have scaled back their vision to make sure they could meet the deadline and also put out a quality product. Hey, that's an argument also to be had. But we know as consumers, we're all asking in a lot of ways for bigger, better, more,
always.
And then you could also look at it from a genre standpoint. An open world sandbox Bethesda style RPG or a CD Projekt Red RPG has the potential for a whole lot more problems than a 2D side scrolling platformer.
And what's their nickname, Pong?
Bugthesda. So
fortunately, unfortunately, right?
Right. So, but you get a game that there's no way they can QA every single scenario in an open world RPG. There is no way you can do enough QA ever to come across what you put a game potentially in the hands of millions of people all playing the game at the same time, doing a whole lot of different stuff that you never even considered.
Yeah, that's what gamers do.
That's what gamers do. They're going to break games. Yep. They're going to find things that you as a developer, no matter how perfect you wanted your game to be, would never, ever find, because they're going to test every single ounce of your coding. And that coding potentially has a flaw that you never saw coming, that there's no way you could have found out. So that is also a part of this conversation. But as far as Callisto Protocol goes, like I said on Xbox Ultimate last night, shame on the developers here. Shame on them for releasing. And I know that the PC got a patch yesterday. I heard last night that the Xbox got a 12 gig update as well yesterday. Nice. Now, I don't know if that was confirmed. I didn't follow up on it. It was late last night when people started talking about it, and I don't have the game. But shame on them for launching a game in this state on PC and Xbox when your PlayStation version was running better. And again, I'm not going to take away from Sony. They obviously offered up 150 devs. They put in the work. They put in the investment.
Makes sense.
That's great. But the devs, obviously, again, we talked about this too. Glenn Schofield, head of the studio, came out and had made a tweet a couple months ago now where he talked about how proud he was of his team for the crunch. And obviously in 2022, we can't talk about crunch. We can't talk about overtime. We can't praise it. It's a bad part of the industry right now. And so he got blasted for it. He pulled down the tweet and apologized for it. But obviously, they were rushing Steel to get this game out. Yeah. What would this game have looked like without those 150 Sony devs? That's an entire team, Steel. There's AAA games that don't have 150 devs working on it. Okay? They brought in an entire dev team from Sony to work on this game. And I'm sure it wasn't just the PlayStation specific stuff that they were working on. I'm sure they helped out with a lot of the development. What would this game look like without that? And I think it does come down, and Siki brought it up before we started the show officially in the chat, and I was going to bring it up as well. This does seem like there was a mandate within the studio from Glenn Schofield and his upper management team themselves that they had to get Callisto Protocol out before Dead Space Remake came out.
Had to be.
They had to be. They had to get this out ahead of time. Because I don't think if there was no Dead Space Remake, I don't think they would have had a problem pushing this game to 2023. I don't think so. I think that sure, it's a smaller studio. Sure, it's their first IP out the door, but they're all veteran devs. And this game was already getting so much hype as it was. I don't think they would have had a problem pushing it to 2023 and saying, look, we need more time. Again, that's acceptable nowadays. Again, whether right or wrong, we as consumers are being trained that, hey, we all sit here and smile and say, if it's going to make the game better, delay it. If it's going to make the game better, just delay it. Just come out better. That's okay. But I think that in this instance, they could not do that with Dead Space Remake on the horizon. I think they saw that and said, we got to get this out.
Abby, real quick in chat, Paul, I don't mean to interrupt. No. He says, reportedly, the 150 devs were working on mocap and other animation.
Right.
But you helped develop the game.
Yeah, you did. Major parts of the game that are in all versions. Yeah. So this wasn't like the 150 devs came over to work on the DualSense stuff, right? No, they were working on major portions of the game. That's my point. You got a whole team to come over and help you. What was this going to look like without that help? So they bit off more than they could chew. Again, it happens. This is an experienced dev team. They obviously had a lot of confidence in their talent, which they should. They created the original Dead Space. They know what they're doing. There's no reason why they probably didn't think they couldn't get this game out. Obviously, probably the pandemic hurt them as it did everybody else. They probably fell behind. They started crunching.
Yeah.
Sony sends over the devs. Great. We're going to get this game out. Dead Space Remake is announced. Oh, shit. We got to get this game out before Dead Space Remake comes out, before they steal some of our thunder, right? That's what we're trying to launch a brand new IP here. Yes, it's spiritually a Dead Space game at its heart.
Yeah.
But we got to get this game out before they steal some of our thunder. Because if Dead Space Remake hits, people are going to be like, yeah, I already played the original. It's fantastic. It looks amazing. It's current gen now. This is freaking amazing. What are you guys bringing to the table? I can see those conversations happening with Schofield and the rest of his team. And so, again, that's the risk reward you weigh out. But it's shame on them for launching something that was so different. Again, little things here and there between, we've seen that all the time. Res is lower on one, get 5 extra frames on another version, whatever, stuff like that, whatever. It's going to happen. But this is like, okay, this was a big difference. Now, we're only talking about the quality mode for the most part here. That's what most people were complaining about. A majority of, or I won't say a majority, but a large portion of the gaming community does not care about quality mode, does not care about ray tracing. They want to play 60 frames. Supposedly, the performance mode on Xbox Series X was up to par. It was running great. I saw plenty of people say, I'm not having any issues. Cool. We're only talking about one mode here.
And they dropped another update today, too. So
there we go. So they are working on the fixes, but my question is, how is this thing not ready? How are these updates?
Why didn't you just wait then?
Right. Why not say we're going to delay it by 7 days so you can have all the patches ready? Like, why not just say it's coming out a week? Yeah. So But it is an important topic to speak up. But the ship itself has left. We are in this realm now. There's never going to be enough people. Look at even Cyberpunk Steel. Even Cyberpunk. It got pulled from the PlayStation Store, for God's sakes. But it still sold 13 million copies in the first 2 weeks.
Yep. And it's having a resurgence.
And it's having a resurgence, which is great. Mm-hmm. So now, I think the bigger question to ask here, Steel, is we got to speak out about it.
Yeah.
It's going to take major publications out there again, and us here, the smaller channels as well, but it's going to take major publications, major reviewers to start saying this is not okay. We saw this with Pokemon as well.
Yeah.
The fans, the reviewers are a lot of Sony fans, and there's a lot of Nintendo fans out there still. That's obvious. And the reviewers, they cut slack for a lot of these companies when it's their favorite. And obviously Pokemon has a ton of fans by itself. And there's a lot of reviewers who absolutely 100% ignored the performance issues completely and didn't say a word about them. It's going to take those people to start speaking up. It's going to take scores to start dropping dramatically. Now, Callisto Protocol did get some of that smoke in the reviews. The reviews that I read did talk about the performance issues, but more importantly, they did talk about the combat system, and that's another thing that people are ignoring, that Callisto Protocol, the combat system for a lot of people is not up to par, that it didn't work, and that's something outside of this. But it's going to take those people plus us speaking about it to maybe start getting some attention. It obviously happened to Cyberpunk. When all of it went down, it did put the fear of God into a lot of developers and publishers. You could see the delays came fast and furious after Cyberpunk. Steel, there was no questions. We're just going to say right now, our game's getting delayed.
There's certain studios who can't have that.
yeah, correct. But I think as a consumer, what can we do as a consumer? Just outside of speaking with our wallets, right? Or outside of speaking out on our podcasts or in chats, what can we do? Well, I think the big thing is that, yes, some of us are still going to wind up buying games. Steel, again, is not wrong in saying that had Starfield launched in an incomplete form, as long as there was no game-breaking bugs, as long as I wasn't losing time, would I be playing Starfield on 11/11 if it had launched originally? Yes, I would have. I would have been here talking about the problems just like I did with Cyberpunk, but I would have probably still been playing it just like I did with Cyberpunk.
Real quick,
day one, without a patch. Yeah.
Real quick, X Burke says, does it not take a ton of players to be playing before they can figure out what is needed?
A lot of times.
But it seems it's been like that since day one.
Yeah.
And I mean, and I do agree with some of that, but it also kind of brings up the question, like, okay, so do we just not have any QA testers anymore?
Yeah, we don't. And that's been a part of the industry too, that when they cut expenses, Steel, QA is first, right? QA is one of those. It's tough. And Burke, you're absolutely correct. That's what I was talking about. Like a game like Bethesda's open world RPGs is different from a 2D platformer. Those games I expect, because there's no way.
Or it's different from a linear game.
Yes, there's no way. Like a God of War that is absolutely 100% directed from moment to moment. That is not I'm not putting down those games. I'm saying from a QA standpoint, those are you can get a much cleaner game with that type of game than you can with a big open world RPG. Right?
I can understand how people don't catch a lot of those bugs sometimes, because millions of people are going in open world games. There's a lot more that can go wrong from random people doing things out in the community than there is in a focused, more linear game.
Yes, correct. And so I give the big open world games much more leeway than I do, 100%. Again, the other ones. Again, outside of game-breaking bugs, outside of saves being deleted like we saw in Watch Dogs Legion, right? That is when I say, if you're not respecting my time, we're done. Okay, I'm putting it down. I did it with Cult of the Lamb. I haven't gone back yet ever since they fixed it. But when I lost like 3 hours in Cult of the Lamb, I was like, I'm done. I'm putting it down. But what can we do as consumers, Steel? People aren't going to stop buying games. No. There's plenty of us out here, again, certain favorite games, certain hype games that we're looking forward to, we're going to buy. But what we can do, and I think that a big part of the problem in this community is FOMO, fear of missing out, having to play the latest and best thing You don't have to, folks. I know that you want to be a part of the conversation. I know, but one thing we have learned, and something that when I got rid of most of my FOMO, I still get it from time to time again.
Yeah, it's a human thing.
It's going to happen. But I got rid of most of my FOMO. Guess what? If you wait on some of these games because you have a huge backlog, because we all do, you get a better, fuller experience. You probably get that game on sale. You probably get all the latest patches.
The DLC?
You might get some DLC. All of that if you just wait a little bit.
Price.
Or the same price or cheaper. Or cheaper.
Or cheaper.
On
Most
sale.
of the time, cheaper.
Right. Look at the people that waited 2 weeks on Gotham Knights, Steel. They waited 2 weeks on Gotham Knights and saved. Yeah. Some people got it for $40. I
got the big version for $40. So
yeah, $40, right? But I'm saying that the people who waited on console got it on sale for Black Friday, right? They got it on sale and saved themselves money and already had patches. Now they didn't get the 60 frames patch, right?
No.
We still haven't gotten that. We still don't know if that's coming. But there was patches that fix some of the current issues with the game. You get a better experience for cheaper if you do wait. So as a consumer, I think, especially in this community, again, it's very hard when you have people posting screenshots and you have people posting videos and you want to be a part of that conversation. And you don't like coming back on Twitter 2 months after a game launch and say, hey, I just started playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I'm having a great time. Look at all these screenshots, and nobody cares because there's no engagement because everybody else has moved on. I understand that. But as a gamer, as somebody, again, for me, gaming is still just a personal experience. If I have other people that are enjoying it with me, cool. Yeah. But for me, it still will be a personal experience. I still feel better that I saved money and that I got a better experience on a lot of these games that I buy late. I say, hey, I waited for the right time. All those people that were complaining about this game when it came out, I got none of those problems. I got none of those. I'm good. I'm having a great time with this game, straight through, no questions asked. And I think that's the one thing that people can start to try to give up. It's not easy. It's not a simple thing. I'm not saying it is by any stretch of the imagination. And again, I'll never down anybody for buying a game that they say they enjoyed with bugs intact. Again, I've done it myself. Cyberpunk day one without the patch. I was enjoying the hell out of that game. Yeah. I've got a high tolerance for bugs. I wasn't experiencing a lot of things that other people were experiencing. I had a great time. Battlefield 2042. I had a better time than most people in that day one. Yep. Now, did I notice the issues? Did I talk about the issues? Absolutely. Did I understand why some people couldn't play the game or refused to buy the game? Absolutely, I did. But I still had a great time. Yep. And that doesn't take away from my experience. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you that as consumers, we all got to stand up and not buy games. It's just not going to happen in great enough numbers to affect people. What does, though, is social media, talking about it, podcasting. They are forced to respond. You see how quick the team over at Callisto Protocol is putting out patches. If nobody was talking about the problems, if everybody was just giving rosy, glowing reviews, they take their sweet ass time, Steel.
Yep.
You know they've been in that studio nearly 24/7 since launch, working on these patches. Crunch, which we can't talk about because it's bad, but you know crunch is happening right now.
They're crunching right now, but nobody, you don't want to complain about that right now, do you?
Right. But they're getting these fixes out.
Updated, huh?
Right, right. Because the reviews came out, the reviews showed the problems. It didn't score as well as I know that studio wanted.
I think it fell short for them.
Yeah, it did. They were looking at 80s.
Internally.
They wanted 80s out of that. They got 75s. So that's where I think it really does work. And I think that that's all we can do at this point because, again, we're not going to get rid of patches. No, we're not going to have studios stop putting out games until they're perfect. It's just not going to happen.
Not going to happen at all. No. There's too much money going into the industry, too much money going out into the industry. And again, that's why I'll always say, and we'll continue to talk about this. I don't care who gets tired of it. We have to just continue to speak out on it. Because again, you want results, you got to complain, man. That's just the way the world works. Again, it's like, I'm pretty sure you guys have dealt with like your cable company or internet company, phone company. Sometimes you got to be a little annoying to get shit done. That's just the reality of the situation. Tony Grosso says nobody wants to open presents on December 26th or crack open champagne on January 2nd. And you know what? That's what makes gaming different from real life.
Yes, absolutely.
Because that's 100% true. No, I don't want it. No, you don't want to open presents the next day. But in gaming, it's like, just try to give me as complete of an experience day one as possible. And with as few bugs.
And like I said, Cyberpunk opened up a lot of eyes in the publisher's space. Bigger eyes. The backlash against Cyberpunk, some of it very unfair, but because of social media, because the hate train was real for Cyberpunk. Now, again, I'm not talking about last gen experience. Okay. That was unacceptable. I said that there is no way for management to the lowest developer. They should have cut that. They should have came out 2 months. I don't care if it was a month prior to launch and said, you know what? We're scrapping the last gen. Everybody's getting refunds. It ain't good. They should never have launched it in that state. They should never have launched it, period, on last gen consoles. It absolutely did. And it affected development. But that whole scenario did open the eyes, because again, right after that happened, within the next 6 months, we had delay letters on Twitter like nonstop. Like everybody was just like, nope, push it, nope. See you next year. We're not doing this. And it does take some big time, prime time examples of that to happen to make change. And I think that did. And I also think that we are seeing an extended, I've talked about this before. I think that gamers should start getting into the mindset that we're going to see some games later in development than we did previously. They're going to hold back from showing it until they're in a good spot. And I also think that game development overall, even outside of the pandemic, for big AAA stuff from big time developers and publishers, we should expect that what we used to get, from time of announcement 4 to 5 years, I think we should start looking at 6 years as more of the norm now, because I think a lot of publishers and developers are going to actually start giving themselves that extra time to make sure their game, while not bug free by any stretch of the imagination, is not coming out to the point where people are like, why did you guys put this out there?
Yeah.
I think that they are going to extend themselves a little bit further, even if it costs them more money, just to make sure that social media doesn't jump all over them. I really do.
Yeah. And Muppet says, Pong Soul FOMO is for suckers. I started Witcher 3 2 days ago, and it's okay so far.
There you go.
Hey, Muppet, you should have waited.
Why didn't you wait until December 14th,
God
Muppet?
Damn it, Muppet.
When the current gen console patch comes out. Why not just wait till the 14th?
You're giving yourself a bad perspective on the game. Muppet, I've tried the game twice myself, and I kind of feel the same way you do, but I'm going to give it one more fair shake on this this next update that dropped.
Third time's a charm, baby. I'm hoping.
Maybe it's beyond okay. Huh? A lot of people say it's one of the greatest games. Like they talk about The Witcher 3 the same way they talk about the entire Mass Effect trilogy. And I don't know. Mass Effect, that was great from start to finish. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. There's no flaws in either one of those games. I'm just saying.
But had you played it back in the day still?
Oh no, there was a shit ton of flaws. I don't know.
Especially Mass Effect 1, you might have been like, nah, this ain't the greatest game of all time. This ain't the great. Nah. You might never have made it to 2. You might not have made it to 2. You might not have ever tried it.
That could have been very well a possibility, especially a lot of the issues that I did hear about during that time. Yeah, that could have been a huge turnoff. And there is an advantage to waiting. There is an advantage to not falling for the FOMO. I always say that single player games are always better later.
Yes.
Always. You cannot convince me otherwise. The only reason you want to play day one is so you could talk to is for community purposes. Yeah. The only reason. It's FOMO.
I will say that there's still developers and games that come out. Like Midnight Suns has no performance issues still. Sure, there's little tweaks they could make. No performance issues whatsoever. None.
And guess
haven't had a crash. Haven't had a crash. Haven't had anything. So
you can't, and people aren't talking about, hey, the game performance like trash. They're talking about the things that they don't like about the gameplay.
Right. Exactly.
Which is the conversation we should be more having versus us not getting complete games. I mean, it is what it is.
Well, I'd much rather have that conversation than the bugs. Right,
yeah,
for sure.
100%. Let's see. Nick says, open eyes, but sadly status quo between publishers and gamers, nothing changed. And again, but that's why we're saying here, you got to continuously speak out on these things. You don't have to settle. You can play games and still complain about them, right? You're spending money. Talk about it. See what's going on. What issues are you having? I can say Call of Duty's great. Warzone is fucking fantastic. 2.0 is great. But goddamn, does it take 1,200 people to help make sure that I can pick up shit off the floor?
Yeah.
Does it take 1,200 people to make sure that I can mantle over shit?
They needed 1,250 Steel. They only got 1,200.
Like, dog, like you can enjoy something and still complain about the issues and say, hey, this is a fucking problem.
Legitimate issues, yes, absolutely. And we as gamers do have to, and I'm talking in general, there's plenty of people out here who are like me that we're all self-aware, but there's plenty of people who aren't. And as gamers, we got to become more self-aware. We are demanding more out of this gaming industry than ever before. Again, when they push the bar, we say, oh, you should have pushed further. Like, there's a lot of that out here. Right. So, the part of that is on our demands and our wants for greater and greater and greater. And sacrifices are made to make that happen sometimes. So, it is one of those things.
Todd Howard talked about that in his interview too.
Yeah.
Sacrifices.
And you see people complaining about Todd. I mean, you still see people downplay Todd's impact in the industry. You still see people focus on Fallout 76. You still see people focus on Bethesda. You still see.
That's a
all
perfect segue, Pong.
Yeah.
I think that's a perfect segue. Yeah. Lead us into it, man. So. You brought up Todd, and we're talking about game development, games coming out complete. But there was a pretty beautiful interview that was done this week, at least in my personal opinion. I know you feel about the same. Again, I mentioned this on Boom Show, the Xbox Factor, on Thursday.
X-Vlog.
Sorry, I changed the name. Yeah. Sorry. On X-Vlog Live, excuse me, on Thursday, where he usually has one guest that he brings on. He brought me on this week, where we talked about that same thing a little, for a good majority of the show. So, Pong, you being the fan of Todd Howard. Now, this is one of the topics that I take your Halo approach. I am the casual Bethesda fan.
Yes, you are.
Extremely casual. Elder Scrolls Online is the furthest I've ever gone.
Your wife is a bigger fan.
Yes, my wife is definitely a bigger fan of Bethesda titles than I am.
We should get her on here. Put her in a chair, Steel. We'll talk about this.
She'll talk about New Vegas all day. She loves that goddamn game. But tell us a little about
what's funny is that would have even been Bethesda. That was Oblivion. That's even better. Yeah, go ahead.
But tell us a little about, or introduce it, I should say more so. This interview that was done by, I do want to say, because again, this is a point that I made before the show. It is done by Lex Fridman. Again, he does have his own YouTube channel. He has 2.39 million subscribers as of December 3rd of 2022. He is an AI researcher working on autonomous vehicles, human-robot interaction, and machine learning at MIT and beyond. He did an interview with Todd Howard, and the biggest reason I wanted to make sure to state these things is because there's a lot of publications, other sites that are not citing the original source of the video. And again, everybody do their own whatever. Credibility is kind of far and few in between for a lot of people now these days, but definitely shout out to Lex Fridman, because although he's not the most enthusiastic, it's not like me or Pong talking to Todd Howard, right?
No.
You and I got a completely different interview. You probably wouldn't even got the same questions that were asked, though, which is the most powerful point of this interview. And for people like myself, like Pong, who actually care about the industry, want to see it grow, care about the behind the scenes. The same thing with the Crystal Dynamics interview that was did. That's not an interview. It's kind of like their 30-year history of them being in the gaming industry that was done by film or something to that nature. I didn't write that one down, excuse me. But it's another one of those that kind of gives you that peek behind the curtain. And when you hear I'll call him a mastermind, because at this point, he's made too many games that have been critically acclaimed and have really changed how you look at open world games. And honestly, they're the only ones that have taken the formula and made it completely based off of what you do in the world, to where nobody has the exact same experience. It's part of the reason why I hope that Starfield is like that Mass Effect combined with Skyrim that I'm kind of looking for. So Pong, like now that I kind of, gave you the basis of it and everything, what did you pull out of the Todd Howard interview where he was not only talking about Starfield, but just overall talking about the game industry, development, some of the things that happened behind the scenes? What were some of the things you took away and some things you want to touch on?
A lot. I've listened to it now twice. It's 2 hours and 45 minutes long, which you never see an interview like this from Todd Howard. I've watched a lot of interviews with Todd. Todd is not afraid of the camera. He's not afraid of talking to people, but I've never seen a long form interview. This was a Joe Rogan-esque type interview with Todd Howard. I have not seen this, and shout out to Lex. Again, like Steele said, he deserves all the credit. You may not like how Lex interviews. You may not like his tone because it's very subdued. But if you watch it, it's not just that he doesn't have a lot of energy. It's because he is so insightful and he's thinking, and the questions were thoughtful. He had a ton of research, which I got to laugh about later when we talk about one thing he didn't know, supposedly. But anyways, he's very insightful. And he thinks about, and he answers to his own questions sometimes as well to add to the conversation.
You can see.
And Todd was reciprocating. Todd was fully into this interview, and Todd was open to these questions. So overall, the best interview I've ever seen with Todd. If you, again, like Steele just got done saying, if you are into the industry like we are, if you like to get, even if you're not even in the industry, if you just like to know, and this is me, whether it's business, people in business, anything, any industry, the top of the field kind of people that are out there driving that industry, if you like to know what makes them tick, this is an interview for you.
Yeah.
Because you get insight from Todd on how he thinks more so than any other interview. This really is some deep stuff in here outside of the strict gaming stuff, which obviously came up and was talked about. But you get a history of Todd, of how he got into the game. Again, people don't know. He majored in finance, in business. He was getting a job in finance. And actually, he thought he was just going to do game development as fun on the side. And in this interview, he actually talks about how he went for an interview and was one of the final, he was in the final selection process for a finance job at a big company, and they turned him down. And that's when he made the choice to go into gaming full time. There's a universe out there where Todd never walks into gaming at all. Like that's what's crazy about this stuff, right? And he talks about how he got into Bethesda by knocking on their door like 2 years early while he was still in school and saying, "Hey, I want a job here. But after I get done with school," and they're like, "Well, come back when you're done with school." But he kept the communication with Bethesda because he liked what they were doing. You find out that Todd Howard actually wanted to create sports games. He loved RPGs. He liked D&D. He played D&D. All that stuff was there. But he actually was interested in sports games. He's a Madden fanatic. He plays Madden every year to this day. Like, this dude wanted to go into sports. And at the time, Bethesda was making both RPGs and making sports games back then. And that's why he was like, this is the perfect place for me. This is the perfect place. So you get all of that, right? In this, you get the development process that he and Bethesda have created for their open world games from start to finish. He walks through that entire process of what that looks like. Again, this interview is fantastic, fascinating stuff here from Todd. To hear how what I consider in this industry, a genius in this industry, and how it works in his head, that to me is the good stuff. That to me, so I got a lot out of this. But let's talk about kind of the gaming stuff that he talked about. Starfield is obviously the big one, and we can hit on this real quick. First of all, Lex, again, he does a lot of research. He had a ton of insight on Todd and came up with questions that drew him out. So There's no doubt this man, he had the whole history. And for anybody who doesn't know, Lex is a Bethesda fan. He considers the Skyrim the greatest game of all time. Okay, he said that in the interview. He goes back to Daggerfall, playing I haven't played Daggerfall, but that's how far Lex goes back. Now, Lex admittedly is a PC only guy. He doesn't do consoles at all. Okay, so I'm gonna give him a little more leeway than some people did, but throughout all of his research, somehow he missed that Starfield was an exclusive. So that was one of the questions he asked Todd, because they were talking about Xbox and talking about the purchase, and they were talking about Starfield. And he said, "Oh, is there any chance that Starfield is going to be exclusive?" And Todd looked at him like, "Are you serious?" And kind of got a smile. It's like, "Oh yeah, it's exclusive.
It's coming to
Xbox
PC.
and PC. It's got He goes Xbox and PC." And Lex, the response that everybody's been kind of blowing up on Twitter is Lex sat back and he was like, "Oh, so it is. So that means you," and he kind of cut off his thought, but it was like the shock to him that Starfield was going to be exclusive. I don't know if he hadn't heard the PC comment, and he missed the PC comment, or if it was the fact that he was wrapping his head around the fact that Starfield wasn't going to be on PlayStation. I don't know which one. But anyways, that was a funny part there. I didn't take offense to it like a lot of people did, again, but obviously Todd was like, what are you crazy? You did all this research and you didn't come across that it's Xbox and PC exclusive? Yeah. But as far as the Starfield stuff that they got into, and they went into Indiana Jones as well, which was interesting because Todd gave up a little bit of dirt on Indiana Jones, little juice. The Starfield nuggets here, Steel, for me, is that this game is going to be actually, I think, and this is my opinion, we won't know until we get our hands on it, but the way Todd's talking about this now, this game's bigger than even what I imagine it was going to be. I think this game is going to have more layers than any other Bethesda title ever has, and we're talking about generational games in Fallout and in Elder Scrolls. I think this title really is his baby that he's wanted to make for 2 decades. He talked about that yet again, how far back it goes when he was programming on an Apple IIe, thinking about making a space game based upon some of The Traveler, which is a old pen and paper game that he loved, all that kind of stuff. This really is something he's been thinking about for a very, very long time. And to finally be able to do it, they are putting their heart and soul into this game. And he also brought up the fact that this is the first time where their game will be expected to be a system seller. Now, take that for what it means nowadays, obviously with Game Pass, obviously with Microsoft and Xbox de-emphasizing the console sales per se, where they now have a play wherever you want to play kind of mentality. Todd and his team are still feeling the pressure of being that flagship IP for Microsoft and Xbox, right? And they're taking that to heart. And I think that was part of the delay. They asked him, Lex asked him about the delay, and Todd admitted that it was hard to do, but it was the right thing to do. That they looked at where they were, that they were confident they could hit that 11-11. That's why they put the 11-11-22 out there. They were confident, but when they got towards the showcase, they had to be honest with themselves and look at what yet had to be done and where they wanted this game to be and the time frame they had. And he said we had to say no, and we had to push it. So I think, Steel, that this game is going to be the most polished Bethesda title to come out ever. Now, again, is it going to be bug free? Absolutely not. It's not. And for everybody out there who's on Twitter, get ready for the circus to show up. No matter what this game scores, no matter what this game looks like, no matter how it plays, every single bug is going to be shown nonstop on Twitter as proof that Bethesda is still Bethesda, right? It's still going to come out. But what I'm saying is, overall, this game is going to be more polished than any other game. Todd talked about in this interview how the focus, being able to just focus on Xbox and PC, as much as he said, he loves PlayStation, he loves PlayStation 5, beast of a console, all that kind of stuff. He said being able to focus on just Xbox and PC is a godsend to that team, that helps out with the development because he knows exactly what he's working with and the extra time, all that kind of stuff. And then he did mention Steel, which was kind of important, that Xbox engineers are in there working with Bethesda to get the most they can out of the series consoles. Like that is huge, Steel. That's what we talked about with these first party games and with Microsoft's renewed focus on quality, not just quantity anymore, quality of these first party titles. That Todd, you could see his face lit up and he had a big smile on his face. He's like having people come in, showing you how to get every ounce out of this amazing console, these amazing consoles. There's nothing like it. And he was excited about that. He said that's special, right? So when Starfield hits next year, this is going to be the game we all thought it was going to be. You can jump in anytime too, Stu, if you got second thoughts on any of this stuff. He talked about the AI. And this is the interesting part. Obviously all devs look towards the future and kind of start projecting out what they can do, just like game developer, or just like Microsoft does with their business models, with their consoles in the future. They're always looking ahead. Where's cloud streaming is going to be. Right. For Todd and his team, they're looking ahead to AI, and he talked about the NPCs in their world and how different they are from all the games out there. Like they're one of the only devs. He said we might be the only dev that does this. Yeah. So in most games, when you're not in an area, the world basically ceases to exist, right? That part of the world is non-existent. Well, they actually have scripting that continues to run in a game like Skyrim, even if you're on the opposite side of the world. The NPCs over here are still doing things. Now, he said, admittedly, it's very limited depending on how far away you are, but they're still operating in the background as if they still exist, right? And he said what happens is that's where you get a lot of the randomness in the games from Bethesda, is when you're on a mission and you start on one side of the world and you come across, because this mission is taking you there, and all of a sudden you're intersecting with these NPCs and this AI that's still been running scripting and doing things, and you come to that crossroads and they intersect. And that's where you get the randomness that happens a lot of times. And he said that's part of their games. That's like what they like to do. But he said projecting out, they're trying to figure out how to get the AI to start having goals within their worlds, right? So, and he specifically brought up the guilds. Everybody who's played an Elder Scrolls game or a Fallout game, you have the guilds, right? You have the factions. Yeah, the factions, the guilds. Skyrim has got the Mages Guild, the Thieves Guild, the Assassins Guild, all those. Well, he said right now, everybody who plays our games knows when you go to one of these guilds, they're quest givers is what they are. Right. That's all they are. And you know that when you walk into a guild, you're going to start out the low level, you're going to get the early quests, and your end game is that you're going to become the leader of that guild, right? You're going to join that guild, you're going to become the leader of that guild. That's how our games currently are done. He goes, what we're talking about here is while you're not interacting with that guild, what is that guild doing? What is their purpose and role in the world? What would they be doing before you meet them?
Right.
What would they be doing in the world? What would the Mages Guild's goals be before you show up at their door and start doing their quests? What would they be doing out in the world? So that's what they're looking at for AI, is to expand upon the NPC AI so that there is actually something happening to make that world feel more lived in than it already does. To make it feel like there's something happening outside of just when you show up at the doorstep, right? That there's something going on. And so I think, Steel, because as we know, devs, when they start projecting this stuff out, they start taking steps toward. It's not like one day they just wake up and say, "Yep, let's implement this." That's not how it works. You got to take steps to get there, right? So I think that Starfield, we're going to see the AI bumped up to another level. I think that what we saw in Skyrim or Fallout 76, if you want to take their last one, but it's basically the same AI in Fallout 76. In Skyrim, I think that AI is going to progress, and we're going to see some of those steps. We're not going to see the final vision that Todd's talking about, but I think we're going to see better AI scripting. We're going to see more of some of this NPC AI stuff interacting with the world, not just in a, hey, oh, you're here now, let me tell you about this quest I've got for you, but doing things on their own as well, outside of when you're there. Yeah. And he talked about the freighters, right? The freighters, you could show up to a star system that you've never been to, and all of a sudden there's freighters delivering, goods, whatever, cross planets or systems. And you could run into one of those freighters, and all of a sudden they're going to reach out and contact you. And you don't know what that contact's going to be. And it's going to be that kind of stuff I can see happening where the pirates might be working on their own before you even get into that system where the pirates could be attacking freighters and doing all that. And you could all of a sudden show up, and all of a sudden there's this battle going on in the middle of nowhere that you weren't expecting, that you had no idea was going to happen because the NPCs took it upon themselves to start interacting, right? I think that's what we're going to see in this game on top of it. Some quick points too, and I'll let you jump in, Steel, and just give your, because I know you listen to this. He talked about the systems and the worlds having levels. They're being
level-based systems.
They're level-based. Now, what that tells me is that much as star systems, right? Correct. What that tells me, though, is that as much as Todd talked about how the 1,000 planets that they have and they're procedurally generated and all that kind of stuff, and he said those are just going to be extensions of those kind of just sit back moments, build your base there if you want to, but just enjoy the world, collect resources. Those are going to be kind of your quiet moments within Starfield. The fact that they're level-based deal tells me that there's going to be more. I'm not talking about handcrafted stuff because he put all that to rest. He said, we're not handcrafting 1,000 worlds. There's no way we can do that. We figured out a way to get it. He goes, the beginning of Starfield development, they didn't even know whether or not they were going to have a system being able to put together that many plants. They didn't know how many plants they're going to be able to handle.
100 systems.
Yeah, exactly. Now they got 100 systems, over 1,000 planets. And he said that was because they figured out how to get a procedural generated system that actually works within the creation engine. And he talked about the tiles, and they found a way to develop like land-based tiles and then multiply them, generate them in an acceptable fashion, being able to put them all together so they created a whole planet that was acceptable to Bethesda, right? And so that's what they've done. But the level-based system tells me, Steel, that there's still going to be things that we probably wind up running into on these planets that may not necessarily be friendly to us.
Oh, nah, yeah. Again,
these aren't going to be all empty. Sure, there's going to be ice balls. There's ice balls in real space. There's tons of planets that are dead,
nothing.
Right? That's what it is. But there are going to be some that we're going to run into that are going to give us problems and that we're going to have to fight things on.
Shit, that's what that tells me. Planets in real life, and only one of them has life.
right, exactly. And then again, we got to go back. Starfield is based upon reality. Starfield is based in reality. And that's what Todd went back to again. They went and visited SpaceX, talked to Elon about what they're doing to get a good grasp of where rocket technology was going, what it takes to get to other planets. All that's, again, the in-depth process that they go through to create a brand new IP and lore from scratch is absolutely crazy, Steel. Absolutely insane.
I feel like one of the important points too, because he mentioned that during this exact, and I'll let you continue because this exact point that I want to add on to that conversation. And he was mentioning, he was like, there's something about when the ships, thinking about how ships take off into the atmosphere and how that's worked up to this point, and how do we take that and put that in our game? What does that feel like? Because they do want a game that is based in some form of reality. This isn't some far-fetched future. This is like a little bit closer to home. So he also mentioned like he's just taking that a different approach on how that would come across
and how difficult it was to actually leave the planet. And what that actually took to leave a planet. All of that is going to create a more grounded reality when you're playing this game. And I think that's going to hit home even harder. Also confirm that your spacesuits, you're going to be subjected to different gases, to different pressures on these planets. And your spacesuit, you're going to have the right spacesuit to explore some of these planets, etc. Again, He talked about how they toned back some of the survival aspects. Again, they talked about like that
running out of gas.
About the fuel. He talked about how they had that in there. But that's what I'm talking about. This is the process that Bethesda goes through. So they put stuff in and then they pull back and they say, nah, that's not fun. They test it over and over again and say, yeah, that just doesn't work for the player. But Todd reiterated, Steele, and not a lot of people hear this and understand what this means from a Bethesda title. That's why I say it's so important that we talk about this, because so many people out there don't have an understanding of what makes a Bethesda title different.
Yeah.
Their main philosophy is to say yes to the player
as much as possible.
As much as possible.
He iterated that so many times during the interview. And that is their goal. And when you look at a developer who takes that standpoint of their games, and then you look at their games, again, even as a casual fan of their games, it's one of those things to where, especially after playing Mass Effect, Mass Effect has literally made me look at how choice in games, like how much it matters to me really personally, but how much an effect that has over your entire experience. If Mass Effect 1 through 3 was different with a different character every time, I don't think it would have hit as hard as this is your character, create your character, or keep him as is, and then take him through every game. And the way that it's and the way that they did it is very similar to what, like the shit that Todd's speaking here. Because again, being able to say yes to a lot of the things that we as the gamer would like to do. If there's a cup, if there's a sandwich, if there's these people over here, if you want to kill everybody, like I mistakenly do sometimes. You can do those things, right?
Yeah.
But there are consequences. There is these other underlying systems that they put in place. These are the only types of games that have this much depth to them. And I think, again, from the outside looking in is why a lot of people like Pong are super hype, especially me, someone who's just interested in the industry overall. Hearing Todd Howard talk about it the way he was and kind of revealing that curtain to say, hey, this is kind of how we think about things. This is what we're going for. It just again, it shows that gaming isn't easy. It's not easy to develop games, but also just kind of where their mindset at and how they think about the consumer. Because at the end of the day, they have to sell us a product. Yep. And it has to, like the whole gas, he could have kept that in there. That could have been some From Software. Hey, you run out of gas, figure it out.
Yeah.
You like guys like Elden Ring, you like hard games, right? Hey, there you go. Put a beacon out.
And he did hint yet again that it could be DLC down the road, or a modder is going to put it in.
Could be an option. Could be a permadeath mode.
Survival mode.
Oh,
yeah, survival mode would be great, man. And to go along with saying yes to the player as much as possible as well, he talked about how now, after putting out so many generational type games and seeing how long the community plays these games, again, people still playing Skyrim to this day. They just launched the anniversary edition. That is now a permanent part of their planning. And when they went into Starfield, and again, this isn't an ego thing. This isn't an ego thing to Todd at all. Todd certainly is a confident human being, obviously. Again, how can you not be? But he still has a little bit of humbleness to him, too, as well. You could see it when Lex told him that Skyrim was his favorite game of all time. He literally was still taken aback, even though he knows a lot of people think that way. Right. He still was kind of, wow, it's great to hear. You can't believe it. Thank you for that. But he also said that now, as a major part of Starfield's planning, was the fact that they've got to look at this game as something that will last as long as a Skyrim does. That
it has changed their mentality.
It has changed that mentality. Like our fans obviously love continuing to play our game for hundreds, thousands of hours. That's a part of our development process now. If Starfield hits, and he said, hopefully Starfield's one of those games. Hopefully it is. But he said, if it is, what is that game going to look like? How are people going to continue to interact with this game 10 years from now, right? What is that going to be? And so for me, that's more exciting still, because that is a process that started decades ago when he first started working on Daggerfall. And he said it was late Daggerfall. When he got to Bethesda, they were already almost done with Daggerfall. He got to work on some of the end stuff. And then they went to Morrowind, right? And then they moved forward. And so that's that process, all these decades leading up to this game still. That is a vision he has had in his own head for decades. That is something he's always wanted to do, that his team has always wanted to do, which is go to space, which is to ask the big questions. Why are we here as humans? And what's out there as an explorer? those things leading up to this point is what takes my hype level, Steel, which is already probably one of the highest in this community on all game. You can't get any more hyped than I am for Starfield, and raises it up another level when I hear an interview like this and he starts going in detail about what this game means, what they're looking at trying to do. And sure, there's some of things that they probably wanted to do, not going to hit. Are there certain things that they probably thought, hey, this is going to happen and people are going to find this fun, that it probably aren't going to be at the end of the day? Absolutely. But this is why it's so important, and why I have, even though I understand why people, you don't have to like Bethesda. You don't have to like Skyrims. You don't have to like Fallout. Steel, you can be a casual like Steel. You can be a hater who says those games aren't for me. I don't like spending hundreds of hours in games. I get that. But the people who continually, when they hear Todd's name, downplay his contributions to this industry, or downplay him and just distill all of him down to Todd's a liar. He again, he's like a Peter Molyneux back in the day from Lionhead. He's always promising and under delivering. And it's just Bethesda. Their games are nothing but buggy messes. They're terrible to play. That's where I don't understand that mentality. This is one of those people in this industry that push things forward. They shoot for the moon and they don't always hit the moon. Sometimes they land before then. But what it does do is that bar was set so far ahead of everybody else that it naturally pushes the game. Even if they don't hit their goals, it naturally pushes the game industry as a whole forward. Mm-hmm. That's what Fallout 3 did. That's what Skyrim did. And all the games in between added to Fallout 4, Oblivion, etc. That's what all those games did. And if you're just going to distill Todd Howard and Bethesda down to Fallout 76 and a nickname Bethesda and all this kind of stuff, you're doing a great disservice to this entire industry and to the people that work in it. Because like David Jaffe said on his podcast when he went after his chat for doing the same nonsense towards Todd and Bethesda when he was talking about Starfield, he said, these are the people I want in this industry. The carefully curated narrative single-player games are cool. They're hard to make. There's nothing, again, not taking anything away from that entertainment experience that you have with a God of War. But he said the Todd Howards and the people trying to do something more with scope is exactly what you want in this industry, because that's how things move forward. That's how we get experiences we never got before in a game. Yes, and that's exactly what makes Bethesda, again, my favorite developer of all time, hands down. That's what makes them so great at what they do. Don't get these sandbox open world RPGs very often. And there's one team that does it better than anybody else. There's been a lot of people who tried. Again, CD Projekt Red with Cyberpunk really tried. They did a lot of the same kind of stuff.
Yes.
And I love CD Projekt Red too. But there's nothing like a Bethesda title. And when Starfield hits next year, people, once again, because they're so few and far between getting this type of game, and this is a new IP, when Starfield hits next year, a lot of people are going to have a wake-up call as to just how big Bethesda is when it comes to these games and what these games mean to a large portion. Not everybody. Again, Skyrim sold 30 million in 4 years.
Hey, Fahim said that's the last good thing he remembers.
Yeah. Right?
That's their last good game.
Yeah. What else have they come out with? Fallout 76 was not the A-Team. They had Todd Howard's name on it, and Todd Howard has to take the criticism for it because he put his name on it, but it wasn't the A-Team. That's how long it's been since we got an A-Team, because they've been working on Starfield since then. Brand new IP. Had to create the lore from scratch. Again, Elder Scrolls lore has been built up. Fallout lore, a lot of the Fallout lore, yeah, they created a lot, but a lot of it came from inXile, who had the original top-down CRPG. Yeah, I give credit all to Bethesda for changing the style of game and doing something new with Fallout and making it what it is today. But that was kind of built in. Starfield is from scratch. This is a brand new, and it's not one landmass like Skyrim. Like it's not one. We're talking about space. We're talking about all different new stuff, right? All big scope stuff. So That's why. But guess what? Everybody's going to remember what Bethesda means when this drops. And I think this will be that generational type game, that IP that Xbox and Microsoft need. Listen, I talked a lot. I always do when I talk. It's so important to me because, again, there's just nothing like these experiences. And if you don't like them, that's cool. I don't have a problem with you. Again, not every game's for everybody. Again, Skyrim didn't sell 150 million copies like GTA. It didn't come close. It's probably sold 30 million in 4 years. It's probably at this point, close to 40 million after all the other launches, right? But we don't know. But that's still nowhere near a GTA. So I'm not saying that it's for everybody. I'm just saying what it does for the industry is special. And that's what Starfield's going to do. It's going to revolutionize RPGs yet again because they're going scope-wise. Again, Mass Effect did it well, but it was a controlled narrative.
Yeah, it was controlled space. It was
controlled space. We're talking about being able to go anywhere you want to. If you want to live the pirate's life, you can go be a space pirate for 2,000 hours in this game if you want to. That's the difference. That you don't ever have to touch the main missions ever if you don't want to. That's the difference. I can't wait, Steel. I can't wait.
Yeah, again, you hit a lot of the points that I could even ever mention. This is why also I wanted you to lead the topic or really just talk on it mostly because you do have the true prime experience with these games. You understand what it means, and there are others throughout the community and others who are fans of these games who understand what's possible. Again, Mass Effect does get me excited for the possibility of an overarching story, right? Especially when it's this is going to be confined into one game, and then also knowing, again, casual Bethesda fan, but knowing how the dialogue works, how the conversation works, and knowing that everything is so driven upon what you do, and knowing that this world is going to have even more of that to an extension that I don't even think that we understand yet. And to be fair, with everything that they're putting on the table, they have so much to prove, but I also think that's why he moved off the date, because he also mentioned that in the interview and how that bothered him that he moved the date. But he said it had to be done. They felt like they were going to get a better product if they pushed it back. And again, Pong mentioned it, they are under the pressure to put out a first-party title for a console, and this is something they didn't have the pressure of before. They have the financial backing, they have everything that they need within Xbox and Microsoft that they did not have before, depending on themselves to create these games, and that is why he's taking advantage of the situation. Again, he knows that people want to play and everything else, but he does think that this is going to work out for the betterment of everybody. And again, Pong has mentioned this before. They said they were in a polishing stage previously when they gave out that original date. You've been polishing for how long at this point, if that's the case? Maybe some things got put in that you had to pull out.
Yep.
Burke says he truly believes the delay had to do with Activision. I don't think so. It could be part, but I don't think that that's what it is. I think I'll have to take his words at face value, and that's all I can do, is that studio does feel the pressure. And because of what we have seen, again, it is kind of difficult for me to think that if I was Todd Howard and I had millions of people who looked at my game and said, oh, that's Bethesda, looked at my studio and says, oh, that's Bethesda, they're known for bugs. Even with people not understanding everything that goes into it, even without that, it does bother him at some point. Maybe he got of course he has tough skin, but maybe he has like iron skin and nothing can penetrate him. But you have to imagine that he does want to release a game where that really isn't on the forefront of everybody's mind, right? As it tends to be for some people. And again, like Paul mentioned, it's not going to be for everybody. It's not GTA. Not everybody wants to spend hundreds of hours in worlds like I do.
Not everybody likes sci-fi.
Not everybody likes sci-fi. But better believe if modders get in here, put Star Wars, Star Trek, any Stargate into this game, which is extremely possible.
Yes.
It's not
we
even
will
like
have lightsabers.
it's not like it's it might happen. No, it's going to happen because these are the types of games that get released and live on. More updates come out, more people get involved, their friends tell friends. You see it with Skyrim. I do think that this game is going to have more of an impact than Skyrim potentially did. And again, that's a lot. I'm throwing a lot on the table.
Yeah.
But again, I'm also riding a lot off of what Pong has told me, what I've seen personally from interviews, because again, I care about the industry in totality, not just what I care about. If I only cared about what I care about, it'd be like, oh, it'll come out when it comes out, and that's the end of it. I'll play it. If it's good, it's good. If it's not, I'll fuck it. Pong failed me. But I haven't been invited. Pong hasn't failed me yet. Right? So, in my perspective, it just gets me excited when he at least speaks on the industry the way that he does, because it wasn't just about Starfield for me. It was about how do you... I love it. You see, hey, shout out to the ex-girls. Shout out to the porn bot out here getting it in, trying to give us a
XYZ. XYZ, come back in with ABC. Let's go.
Yeah, we need them in here too. Oh, goodness gracious. That threw me off a little bit. Forgot where I was going with that now. I was going somewhere with that, and I can't recall where I was going. Oh, where was I going with that?
The big thing too, though, Steel, is that this is the not only is this going to be an Xbox Microsoft flagship IP going forward. Again, people have to wrap their head around the fact that Bethesda is now first party.
Yes.
So this is going to be one of the biggest games that biggest studios making the biggest games in Fallout, Elder Scrolls, and what they're hoping, Steel.
Yes.
What Todd hopes is this is a trifecta that he's always envisioned. They've got the post-apocalyptic, they got the high fantasy, and they want the sci-fi.
Good point.
They want the space. This is the trifecta. This is the start of what they are hoping to be another one of those franchises that everybody says, when is the next game coming? When is it coming? Tell us now. We got people right now, losing their minds that Fallout is about 8 years away. Right, the next
Elder Scrolls.
is like,
he asked about Elder Scrolls during an interview too, and he was like, "Look, I'd love to tell you, but I don't know either. I would."
He said, "I got a rough idea." He's like, "I got a rough idea," and it was funny that Lex was trying to get the date out of him in multiple ways, and Todd was laughing. Todd was awesome.
He was like, "Honestly, if we can make games faster, we would, but that's not how our games work."
But what was interesting on Elder Scrolls, side tangent though, Elder Scrolls, because it was such a little part of the conversation.
Yeah, it was.
But Todd did say they already know how the game opens up. They've been doing work on this. Elder Scrolls, he said, we already know the opening of the game. We already know, obviously, the setting. They know what's going to happen in those opening moments of Elder Scrolls, which is a big deal. That means that they are working on, they've got the small team, which they always do, on the back end, working on Elder Scrolls, and Todd is already looking at those ideas and approving ideas, which is big.
Yeah, that's real big. The other thing too, again, one of my major takeaways is looking at, it's not just about Todd Howard and how he's speaking on Starfield and Bethesda and everything else, Max and all. For me, it's just that peek behind the curtain that we typically don't get from devs, from people that are knee deep in the industry, especially people that have been a part of it for such a long time. And you can still see that drive, that want. And again, I mean, he's mentioned it several times that, this game that they're creating is something that's been in his mind for 20 years, at least. And they're just now getting the hardware to be able to do it. And if they are able to make it, if he's able to bring this dream alive, and it becomes everything that he's been looking for, and it hits with the fans, that I do think we have something major on our hand that can redefine the RPG space once again. Because look at the past history. You can't say that the games are just garbage. No, you can't say that, right? There's a reason why people keep asking about Elder Scrolls. Like, they won't leave it alone, knowing that this game is not going to be nowhere close to ready. What are you gonna say, Paul? My fault.
No. I was just gonna let you keep going. No, okay. I just, I had a quick thought, but I lost it. It was no big deal. I just, overall, what were you just talking about? I know it was something. Lex also asked him about Todd's future.
Yes,
and he said, "Todd, are you are you getting to that point in your career where you're thinking about game, the kind of insinuating like this is your last game? Are we, where are we at with all that kind of, and Todd said, no, I can't ever, because he asked him if it's still exciting to him, if he still gets motivated. And Todd said, yeah, no, I can't imagine not doing this. I'll be doing this hopefully forever. And he said that the only difference is now is that he appreciates and wants his teams to appreciate the process of making the game, not just looking forward to the end and launching the game, but actually the entire process. And he said he's slowed down there and more enjoying the moment to moment of game development than he ever did previously. And he wants his team to feel that way too. So I thought that was pretty cool as well. So the only other thing we should touch on with the interview, if you've got no more thoughts on the Starfield stuff, is the Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones came up, and Todd actually did drop some nuggets. So he went again through the history of how the Indiana Jones came about, his initial pitch to LucasArts back in 2009, I think he said. 2009 was when he initially pitched Indiana Jones. The deal was all but done, he said. But then LucasArts back then, being indie, they were an indie publisher. Back then, they weren't underneath anybody, wanted to publish the game. Well, of course, Bethesda's like, no, we're a publisher. We want to publish the game. We want to publish it. So it all fell apart last minute. Todd said that it was all done. Like the deal was done and it fell apart at the last minute. So then they shelved it. And he said then when Lucas got bought out by Disney and they started opening up the licensing again, he made the phone call and said, hey, I pitched this Indiana Jones years ago, want to revisit it. And they took the call, took the meeting, greenlight it, whatever else. Todd admitted that when he pitched it this time, he didn't even have a team to work on it. He's like, we were too big. He goes, I was going to figure that out after they accepted the deal. That was it. So, but they accepted it. And then he said that his A team, of course, wrapped up in Starfield. And so then they went to Machine Games. And he said, actually, he goes, Machine Games is the perfect fit now that we've been working on this. Machine Games is the perfect fit for this game. And so he's really happy with what Machine Games is doing, obviously. And then Lex asked him what type of game it was going to be. He said, is this going to be an action game? And this is where it got interesting because Todd sat back and he was like, let me go back to, and then he stopped. He goes, let me just say this. He goes, it's a mix. And he goes, it's a mix. And he goes, I think it's I think it's awesome. He goes, I think that any fan of the original Indiana Jones is going to love this game. But he goes, it's a mix. So he's like, he's insinuating it's not one thing, Steel. So we could be seeing action. We could be seeing RPGs. We could be seeing, who knows, whole narrative sections, right? With who knows what we're going to see. But you could see him light up when he was talking about Indiana Jones because this is another project that he's always wanted to do. He said that Raiders of the Lost Ark is his favorite movie all time. Across the board. Raiders of the Lost Ark, still to this day, he watches it, still enjoys it. This is a super fan of Indiana Jones who happens to be one of the best in the business of game development, production, direction, leading a team making an Indiana Jones game. This is going to be a love letter to Indiana Jones. And for me, as an Indiana Jones fan, Steel, I can't ask for anything more than to have Todd Howard in charge of Indiana Jones game.
Yeah,
for sure.
I just wanted to be, with Tomb Raider and Uncharted out there, I wanted, again, of course, Indy is kind of the originator of all of it, right? Along with Tomb Raider, you could throw Tomb Raider in there too.
Without Indiana, there's no Lara.
I mean, of course. I just mean game wise.
Yeah, game wise. Yeah, so. Lara made a game.
Of course, Indiana was like before all of it. But anyway, so he definitely has a prime opportunity to really stand out. It's just outside of us.
Yeah.
I don't know whether Indiana Jones is going to hit for a lot of people. Again, they have to bring back what made Indiana unique. And I don't know if it's separate enough from Laura and Nathan in what they do in their adventures.
Mhm.
Because even Tomb Raider and Uncharted share some similarities, although Uncharted is more made to be like an action movie than anything.
Yes. Yeah,
whereas
correct.
Tomb Raider is more so of a, hey, go out there. Yeah, there's a good bit of action in there too, but you're exploring, adventuring, and
It's a stealth action. It's a stealth action game.
More
Yeah.
so. So it's just like, how do you blend the two and also add some of your own, add your own original flair and have people not say, oh, this is just a clone of these other games.
And that's why I think he said it's going to be a mix, a blend of genres. Because I think they are going to bring some extra stuff that we didn't think about. And I think that there is going to be unique in that way.
See,
and I think Steel, to your point with the Indiana Jones overall as an IP, I think the new movie is going to help as long as it hits. If the new movie is not another, if it's not another whatever Skull or whatever the hell that one, I as an Indiana Jones fan, I could care less. That one doesn't even exist to me. But if this new one hits and they're going back in time and they're bringing in a young Indiana again, like in scenes in this movie, I think that will help greatly when this game launches. It's not going to launch at the same time as the movie. Obviously, the movie's next year. And I don't think the game's gonna be ready until 2024. But I think that it's still gonna help the IP. If the movie hits, it'll reinvigorate that IP. But I think overall, Indiana Jones is still a household name. And I think Steel, if the game shows well the first time they show it off, I think it'll drive. And I think that people will come flocking. The interesting question still is it an Xbox exclusive or is it multi-plat? And Colton, me, and Matt talked about this on Thursday. Colt put out a video yesterday about that. I'm still leaning multi-plat, but the percentages have come down.
Really? Okay.
So, yeah, I think we could see an Xbox exclusive out of this game.
I don't think that it's going to be exclusive because of Indy just not being the same. Like, you're trying to pitch it to a whole new generation. Yes. And again, pissing it to us and seeing how my kids are with certain things. I don't think Indy pulls them in, unfortunately. Now, that's going to be a wait and see thing because things change, right? And it could be something that reels them in. And it could be just something for us, right? Could just be a love letter to us, which is exactly what he mentioned. Hey, those who are indie fans, this is a love letter to you guys. So that could be all that it is. This could be the only game that we get. That could be another possibility. Of course, you want to see about making multiple iterations, but this could be. So I do want it to be as successful as possible, which is the only reason why I want it to be multi-plat. And that's how like my mentality about multi-plat games and exclusives go, because I know that conversation's kind of been happening again, where, we mentioned before the show, beginning of the show, that Xbox is trying to make people grazers, have people touch on more games. And with that taken into consideration, it does leave much to be desired. But as far as like the exclusivity and the multi-plat thing goes, it's like you do need things to drive definition of what your ecosystem, means, what you can come to expect. And I don't know if Indy necessarily does that. Which is why I would see it being multi-plat so that it can touch as many eyes as possible. I think it would do better for that because, hey, no matter where you are, no matter where you're at, and again, it's also a very difficult conversation because it's a new conversation too. Because at the end of the day, Xbox is the only ecosystem that's giving you multiple ways to play. So is it truly exclusive the way that we think about it? And that's why I'm kind of two minds about the whole exclusivity conversation, what needs to be multi-plat, what doesn't need to be multi-plat. Because again, I mean, in the eye of exclusivity, an exclusive on Xbox is still available on 3 platforms: Xbox, PC, and then on your mobile phone, if it ends up being available there. Whereas everywhere else, I mean, you don't have that same access, at least not as easily accessible. I should mention. So that's really my main thing on that. But again, I wanted to be able to get as many eyes and as much attention so that it can be done right.
Yeah, the only other thing to consider is Phil has always wanted Tomb Raider.
Sure.
Tomb Raider, he's always wanted an Uncharted for Xbox. And if the potential was there, that the deal was written as such that they could have gone back to Lucas and said, hey, here's the money. We're making this Xbox exclusive. Even though Phil doesn't like licensed IP exclusivity, he doesn't like to deal in IP. We know that. I think this might be the one Steel that he actually pulls the trigger on.
And
So,
there's always a back door too, because you could just say, hey, it's in Game Pass.
Yeah, correct.
So
Which it will be.
Yeah, of course. But that just becomes the other side of the conversation too, where it's just like, is Xbox going to continue to use Game Pass as the exclusive more so than them just tying down exclusives?
We'll see. Sony with this ABK deal has probably changed some minds within Microsoft a little ways. So
yeah, I mean, again, I'm of the mind of being a little bit more bullheadish and saying, hey, this is available on our platform. We're giving you, again, I want Xbox, Microsoft to come out and say, look, they can go to court. We're giving you more options and ways to play than any of our competitors, and you're saying that we're the problem. Now, again, there is a conversation to be had of whether they have the potential to monopolize the industry, but also, again, like we've mentioned multiple times here, the industry is so far away from that happening currently, unless, again, if Apple steps in, decides to make a big buy, Amazon steps in, decides to make a big buy, and things start going a different direction, then of course we got a conversation to have there. But and like Jared Mack says, I mean, other people see it this way too. Game Pass is the exclusive, but
it's one way to look at it. Yes,
but I do agree with the fact that you have to have games that define your platform.
Yes, create an identity.
Because right now, I mean, again, and Xbox could just say continue to live off the identity that they're the dude, bro, shooter, and Western RPG box and multiplayer box. They could continue living off of that. But I don't know if the new generation is going to be able to see it that way. But also, the new generation just cares about whether the games are available to them, no matter how they do.
Yeah. Easy access for the new generation. That's all it's about. Yeah, how 100%. Easy can I get in and play the game?
100%. 1,000%. So it's just like, that's why I get kind of jaded on that conversation, because it's at the end of the day, if they do use Game Pass as the exclusive, that would work. Sure. Unfortunately or unfortunately. Now, I don't think that's the best thing to do, but Ray always says this deal might push Apple more into the gaming industry, Google not so much. Again, I mean, Apple has its own slew of things that it has to kind of go through. The main thing is that at some point, somebody needs to take Apple through the ringer, because
Microsoft is getting ready, Steel.
Because Lord
Apple better be stacking sandbags, and so should Google, because that's the next big battle. Once this ABK deal closes, it's the mobile gaming market. Microsoft is going to be on the other side of the table where Sony's at right now, in front of the regulators, going, look at this duopoly. Look at this duopoly that you guys have allowed to happen. We want in. We want to break this thing open. They're going to be on the opposite end of the table, because they're creating that mobile app. Once they get ABK, they got Call of Duty mobile. They've got King pumping out Candy Crush left and right. Oh. Bro, it's coming. That's the next war that's going to happen between Apple, Google, and Microsoft. That App Store blockade that they've currently got, it's over with. Microsoft is going to fight tooth and nail to open that thing up.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be one of the biggest changes that we see within the next 5 years, if not a little bit sooner than that. Because again, Apple's never been extremely stagnant in the things that they do. They do think ahead, and they do try to plan ahead, and they do want to be ahead of the market. Again, you see it with their phones all the time, no matter how you feel about it. I don't agree with all their practices. Well, most of them, I should say. And I've been seeing more here recently that, again, Apple is like China in a lot of ways, man. Like, they have your information, and they can literally do whatever the fuck they want to with it.
Weird. They take orders from China. Interesting. Interesting.
But neither here or there. Different conversation to be had on a different day. Because that'll lead us down a whole different slew of questioning.
Yes.
But
yes.
with that, a couple quick things. There was one thing that I did throw in the chat, because I was surprised by this. The Tekken Twitter I put out, and this is the official Twitter, not one of the fake blue mark checks or whatever the case. They said, get ready, save the date. They used the 8, which is super fancy. But they said save the date. And that's going to be December 8th of 2022. Now, if you guys don't know, December 8th is the Keeleys. And guess what? I think that should be a good opportunity to talk about the Keeleys a little bit, because it is happening next week. And it will happen before our show next week. And just a little update real quick for the end of the month, because holidays are running up and everything. And I'll say it again at the end of the show. The 24th and the 25th, Christmas and Christmas Eve, we're not going to be doing a show because Christmas Eve is on a Saturday. It's going to be family time. Just want to let you guys know that ahead of time, get it out of the way, but neither here or there. So next week, before we have our show, the Game Awards will be going live, and there's a lot of interesting things that could be said there. So Tekken 8 obviously is going to be one of them. I don't know. I was saying to the DMs, there is no way this is a release date. But they showed us a trailer. So now I'm anticipating some gameplay, or for them to give us a date when the game's going to be released. Now, because Tekken 7 has been out for quite some time, it would be extremely impressive and make a mark, I think, for the fighting community if they do release on the Game Awards. I think that would be fucking the definition of insanity. People would go crazy. People would instantly go download the game that day. I think it will throw people in flames, especially if it shows the same way that the trailer showed. It's Unreal Engine 5. The game was looking beautiful. The combat was looking good. Bro, has a lot of potential there. The other thing, too, that we're hearing some rumors of as far as the Game Awards go, and Pong kind of fit in anything that you see here, because I got to pull up some things here, because there's a few things. I wanted to pull up some lists and whatnot. But the other thing that was supposedly coming to the Game Awards, and I'm a big proponent of this game. I'm a fan. I got 300 hours in it, and I'm level 300. That's going to be Elden Ring. The DLC is supposed to be officially announced on the Game Awards also, which is kind of like, that makes sense. Right, Jeff Keighley is a fan of From Software. He's kind of like their main proponent. But there is some DLC said to be slated to be announced at the Game Awards also, which I think is going to be a prime opportunity for FromSoft and Elden Ring, because to me, this tells me that FromSoft was in no hurry to put out DLC, but also that it is very what's a good word for it? Not streamlined, but they've taken their time with it, right? Mm-hmm. They want to make sure that this is going to be content that's going to flesh out not only the world, but also give, because there's a lot of rumors there's going to be a lot of PvP content or life adjustments and everything that's going to give you some additional options as far as the game goes. But they're supposed to be opening up the Coliseum, which is supposed to allow you to fight bosses, was supposed to allow you to PvP in one general area and make it a lot more streamlined. So that's exciting news to hear.
Still, do you think we get a PlayStation Plus or Game Pass announcement for Elden Ring?
No, unfortunately, because of how well Elden Ring is doing, I think once they announce DLC, it's going to see another spike. And I think that they will wait until probably the end of next year for them to release it on.
Okay.
I think so until the holidays again, just to get that spike to come back up, get people who are completely afraid to try it to jump back in, and it's only because one, they've sold 50 million copies, or like plus, I'd imagine at this point.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. It's probably, and you will see a spike. How big of a spike are they projecting? I guess because that's got to be sliding at this point. Like they've hit probably their max.
Right.
Like, again, they're going to continue to sell, but it's going to be much lower. It's going to fall off heavily. Normally we do see an announcement after DLC is announced, because that's when you get people in and then they commit to the DLC, and that winds up eventually as another sale when you pull it from the service because they're committed, right? That's what we've seen recently.
Now, what I would like to see, if they do a PvP focus, do a content update that is more for the co-op experience or PvP, whatever the case. I would like to see it drop on Game Pass that day. So if it gets announced at the Game Awards, make an announcement for Game Pass that same day, I do think that that's enough be a huge proponent for them to get additional people in. Again, right off the hype, new DLC, gonna be a ton of people who's gonna jump back in. A lot of people who are waiting for DLC content to jump in. So I think that would be a prime opportunity. I just feel like they're going to wait because of how much success that they've seen. All right. And that's been kind of one of the negatives with Game Pass. It's kind of like, depending on your success, kind of put you, whether you're going to be put in that Game Pass conversation or not. And a lot of people look at that as a negative. And I kind of do want that negative light to be kind of removed off of it, because that shouldn't be the case. Oh, your sales ain't doing well, put it on Game Pass. But again, I mean, it does kind of prove the point that we mention all the time, that not every game is made for every gamer. Not everybody's going to play every game. So the more accessibility that you can give to people, I think the better off we are overall.
And it makes sense. We'll talk about Monster Hunter Rise. I mean, you look at something like that that Capcom knew no matter what it would sell. I mean, I think you didn't have to put it on Game Pass.
I think that's the only but I think the only reason why it's coming to Game Pass now, well, one, because of what Xbox is doing in the East, that I'm pretty sure they cut a good deal for that.
Oh yeah,
because I think
it's a big bag.
I think it's coming with the expansions too. I'm not completely sure.
It's a big bag.
No, they dropped a huge bag off the Capcom to make sure that they were going to get that in Game Pass, because there's one thing, again, I don't want to speak for the majority or anything, but Monster Hunter Rise is a game that I've been kind of holding off for a while, and that's something else that they can announce at the Game Awards. Hey, it's coming. Again, double down on it per se, right?
Yeah, double down. Yeah,
because Xbox is also supposedly not going to have a huge presence. Again, I don't know. There is a way that they could do it, like for an example, doubling down on the Monster Hunter Rise coming early 2023.
Yeah, it's January.
And for me, that's a game me and my wife are probably going to jump into. I like Monster Hunter World. I've been thinking about jumping into Monster Hunter Rise, and it's in Game Pass. I've been thinking about it, and I'm probably going to try it. I'm probably going to play it, and that can easily turn into a 100-hour, 200-hour experience. Just an additional benefit. But again, I mean, the game's been out for what, almost 2 years at this point, I think, if I'm not mistaken on that.
Yeah, but only what, Switch and PC?
Yeah, it came to Switch. It was out for almost a year. Then it came to PC. Then it's been almost out for about that same amount of time, but not over 6 months or so. And now it's coming to Game Pass, or it's coming everywhere. To be completely fair, then now the game is coming everywhere. And yes, Monster Hunter Rise is multiplayer. It's co-op. We can get together and fight monsters and shit like that. The only thing I would tell you, don't play these games if you do not have a genuine interest yourself, because there is going to be research that you're going to have to do. Unfortunately, there's going to be YouTube videos you're going to have to watch probably at some point. That's how those games work. Especially when you're coming in as somebody behind and are going to be playing with people that, they're not going to be the happiest when you go in there scrubbing it up, making it difficult for them. But it does kind of gives me some hope, though. I don't know, we're about to talk about the Game Awards and everything, but it does kind of give me some hope that a game like Exo Primal has a chance to come to Game Pass also, coming from Capcom. There could be multiple deals that are cut in at that point, right? Maybe Xbox didn't only cut the deal for Monster Hunter Rise to come into Game Pass. Maybe based off an engagement, what Capcom saw for Exo Primal during their beta, could be another deal that got cut right then too.
Ooh, if that happens, we're good.
We're definitely eating. You know what I mean? And again, as many people like to try to call it a rental service and everything else, I have more access to games that I probably would have sidelined in any other situation than ever before. And I think that's a unique thing to have. And again, you still have you can still buy the games, guys. Come on. Justin says he played World. Then he says, send me an invite when you're on still. Monster Hunters are always more fun multiplayer. And yeah, I mean, they definitely are. I'll be honest, and again, I like the challenge. I kind of approach Monster Hunter World like I would with like Souls games. And I would just go fight the monsters, have them, I get beat up or not get beat up. I'm trying to combat, I kind of take that same approach. So, but yeah, man, I'm definitely down for that. But Game Awards definitely seem to be interesting. Is there anything else that you wanted to add?
On Game Awards, Diablo. We're gonna get big news for Diablo 4. 100%. It's almost guaranteed now. There's some conflicting reports out there. Jez has heard both things. But we are definitely getting some beta news from the Game Awards for sure. Supposedly review copies, like Steele talked about earlier, coming out.
That's crazy.
That certain journalists are going to get access to the latest build. And They're promoting it. Now, there's two conflicting reports. Word on the street is that they're shooting for April. And then Jez also put out an additional saying, I'm also hearing June. With how much they're pumped, again, this goes back to my Redfall stuff.
Yeah.
And all these games that we hear about so much. When they ramp up like this, normally we're not 6-7 months away.
Yeah, we're like a month away.
Yeah, the way Diablo, and like I said, I know there's some like now, like with certain games, they are hyping, a couple months out, a few months out. If they're prepared to do so. A lot of games aren't prepared to do so.
No, it's like a week before, a day before. Reviews.
Right, exactly. But Redfall has been ready. Redfall's ready. That's one that I'm on the train that the ABK deal, they kind of pushed it till next year just because they didn't want to have anything this year. Like, again, conspiracy theories, take it with a grain of salt.
Business is business. It could, I mean,
it is. Redfall has been ready. And now, like, next year, like, this is the crazy part, Steel. We were just talking about Monster Hunter Rise. We got Wolong. We've got, what else we got? We got Dark Tide now coming to console later. We've got all these multiplayer co-op games coming early next year. We've got the other one from, what's the other one that's coming? The Monster Hunter S game from
Wild Heart.
Wild Hearts. Thank you. From EA.
Another one I'm super interested.
Yeah, super interested in it. We got all these multiplayer games, but Diablo 4. Get back to my original point. Diablo 4 seems to be, and again, Blizzard. You can laugh at this, but the honest truth is, when it comes to Diablos, they like to put out polished games. Blizzard likes to make sure that the games are ready. They go through a lot of testing. That's why we're getting a beta test. I think this might be an open beta test coming up here that they announced the Game Awards, which would be incredible. Diablo 4 is ready, or very, very close to being ready. I definitely can't see a June release on Diablo 4. Unless, again, you believe in the ABK conspiracy theories, unless Xbox does not want this hitting Game Pass before the deal's done. Like, I don't, continue to play possum at this point. Diablo 4 is ready. So that's going to be exciting at the Game Awards. I can't wait to hear. We potentially, obviously, could get a release date for Diablo 4 as well. So that's another big one. Another hint that we got, Steel, that's going to be there is 505 Games has got a brand new IP. They just teased it yesterday for the Game Awards as well. They showed off a screenshot of a city, kind of a futuristic Hong Kong-esque neon kind of lit up cyberpunk type city. So I'm looking forward to see what 505 Games has got coming as well and what that's going to be. So even if Xbox doesn't show up in full force, even if Sony's holding back at this point as well, I still think we're going to get a lot of cool announcements at the Game Awards. Again, whatever you think about Keighley, whatever your personal feelings about Keighley, you can have those and own those. That's fine. Yeah. Man is good for this industry, and there is no doubt about it that the Game Awards outside of E3 is a singular point in the year where everybody from around the world, all gamers, have their eyes on this. And so there are still going to be big announcements here. Even if Xbox and Sony don't show up, there's going to be big announcements because you can't get this type of advertising for a brand new game like having a world premiere at the Game Awards anywhere else outside of E3. It is one of those focal points for the gaming community. We're all going to watch it. Yes, we don't care about the awards, most of us. They're important for the devs. We don't care about the advertising, the stuff that Keighley puts on, but all of that is so that he funds this big of a show that we get this. So it's all part of the process, but the world premieres is what we're also going to show up for. And I think we're going to see some new stuff there still that we weren't expecting. So I can't wait.
Yeah, no, I think the same thing. I mean, Lore Master Jasper mentions the few additional things that I did see were also supposed to be there.
Yeah.
Star Wars Jedi Survivor, Kojima, 505 Games. That's something they're going to announce there too.
Yep. That's what I just talked about. Yep.
It definitely seems, although there were getting a lot of rumors and things that it may be light from the main proponents of who we look for. I do think that this is probably going to be more of a second and third party showcase. What to expect, right? What can we anticipate coming into next year? Again, just covering January to March. There's a lot coming. February, on its own, there's a lot coming. So it'd be really interesting to see how other games kind of try to fit in that fold, especially like the game that I mentioned earlier, Exo Primal. There was another game that Avi FTW mentioned. There's a game which they showed the trailer. It was a man and a woman. They were fighting. I remember a lot of sand, and it was like robots in the background. There was another one of those that we also mentioned during the show, Pong, but I can't exactly remember what.
Desert. What the hell was that?
It wasn't called Desert something. I know I have it in a notepad here, but
yeah,
I have to look through some things. Let me see if I can pull it up really quickly, because that is another one that I actually have on notice here. Atlas Fallen.
Atlas Fallen. Thank you. Yes.
I have all that here. But yeah, so Atlas Fallen was another one of those that I do want to see some actual gameplay from, because we got a CGI last time. With maybe some gameplay in there.
Yeah, it mixed some gameplay. It was a mix.
But I want to see what is that game going to actually look like, because the first Descendant is another one of those that was shown at Gamescom. That's when that was announced, and I played the beta for the first Descendant, and as much as I like the game and I'm interested, and I am day one on it, it is a mixture of a few different games. So, an example, Warframe, some Destiny. There's one in the Division. It has it's a mixture between all three of those games. I will also say that the game does not look as good currently, as from the beta, as they try to make it seem in that trailer. And Lost Planet is the fourth one I want to throw in there, because it does have those feels too. The game does not look as good, and I played it on PC, and it also had some major performance issues in some aspects as far as frame rate and things. But there is a good base there, and if they get the overall aesthetic of the game, because the world is great. I like the universe that they put it in. They just have to make sure that the graphics and that the gameplay, or as far as the way that it feels, adds up with everything else, right? Because if you don't have a complete game, you're gonna have another Destiny situation where we're waiting almost 10 years later for the game to be complete. And again, as many people try to big up Bungie and everything else, no, Bungie deserves just as much smoke as 343 is getting for everything that they've done over the last 20 years between Destiny and now Destiny 2. So either here or there, different conversation to have, but this game Nexon does have some work to do on this. This is another game that's coming everywhere, but I do hope that they show they show some proper gameplay at the show also, just to get people hyped up for it. Because again, I do think that it was a little deceiving in some ways, seeing how it was presented in the trailer, and then the actual gameplay that we got. So
there's the other one too, Steel. Is that Nexon's the other one too, right? LLL or whatever the hell it is?
The Triple L game, yes.
Yeah, Triple L. Yeah, the LLL game. Yeah, all I can say is go look that up, folks. LLL.
It looks fucking beautiful. That looks phenomenal.
Look, performance-wise, yeah, it ain't up to par. It's some issues, but the AI doesn't look up to speed yet either. But there's still time to work on it. Right. But they show a ton. The entire trailer is gameplay, and it's like, what, 15 minutes, 20 minutes long, something like that. The details in that game, Steel, the details are mind-blowing in some parts. The lighting, like the work that went into the environment and into the actual armor and the clothing, the mech work. There's actually mechs in that game too. Yeah, go look it up. It's LLL, Triple L, but I think they just put it under LLL. Go look up that gameplay. Another game coming from Nexon. Again, Steel and I preach, bang the drums nonstop. The next big games, a lot of them are going to be coming out of the East. And that's why it's so important that Microsoft get over there. That's why it's so important this ABK deal gets done as their final big Western. They're still going to have small studios that they pick up. Their final big Western publisher that they're going to buy is ABK. And they're pretty much set in the West. Phil has said that. The East, they've got to get in the East, Steel. The East is about to blow up this generation. It's crazy
because of the kind of games that we're getting at. And I've been saying this since I've been saying this since I started playing Black Desert, honestly. And that was about 2016. For me, there is no combat that's comparable to the games that are coming out of the East. There really isn't. Like, guys, I mean, I know Black Desert Online, and I do have that Triple L game up for you guys in the background.
Oh, you playing that trailer?
Nice. Yes, I am playing that trailer because I do want you guys to check it out. It's another one of those. It's another one of those. This is supposed to be an MMO also. So that's something that, again, right.
And this is gameplay, folks. This is gameplay right here. This is gameplay.
It's not CGI. This is gameplay. So what you see is what you get. And I'm sorry if it's not the best, but I am giving it to you at 1440p 60 straight from YouTube. But this is something that the games that are coming out in the East, this is something I've always said from playing since I started playing Black Desert, because it is the game that made me reevaluate how I look at combat mechanics in games and the variances in them, especially when it comes to, because the game also has PvP in it. There is a huge variety in combat that we're missing in the West. And if you haven't played Black Desert Online, it's been in Game Pass multiple times over. I would say try it out. At least try out the mode that allows you to try out a fully leveled up character, so you get an understanding of what I mean. The versatility between the versatility in combat mechanics between different abilities, whether you're using lightning, axes, magic, dark magic, big ass swords, all of it. The combat mechanics, it's not like a typical, like you would see in a Devil May Cry, because it's not necessarily about combos per se, which of course, Devil May Cry is one of the top of the line ones because of the way that it focuses on the combat combo mechanics and floating people and everything else. Whereas BDO, for an example, is more skill-based. Hey, do you understand how this character's moves work? Do you know their full move set? If you do these certain things, do you know how their iframes work? Can you dodge these moves? Hey, if you do these sets of moves, they lead into a powerful move. Oh, now you have what we call a rotation. Like, a lot of people who play MMOs are gonna have a understanding of what that is. You have an ability rotation. In the way that these Eastern games present it to you, I know Final Fantasy does it. It's like you do this move and this move and this move. Oh, this move takes away this damage, and now you're buffing up these guys. The way that they do it in these Eastern developed games, guys, it's just so much more visually impressive to the user, to the consumer, and I want to see more of that come over, which is why I'm excited, and I hope that Crimson Desert, which is made by the same team who made Black Desert Online.
Oh, that's right. We're supposed to see that soon
next
too.
year. That's supposed to come out. I think that's supposed to come out next year also, if not 2024. We haven't seen additional information from it. And again, this game can release next year because this is Crimson Desert is a game that they have been working on since, if I'm not mistaken, since 2017.
Yes.
And again,
this is the one, folks. If you forget, you can fly dragons in this one too.
Yes. So you get that, you get the combat mechanics that I'm talking about from BDO, but you get it in a single player experience. So you don't have to worry about other people running up on you, beating you up. You can just enjoy what the game is. And I do think that they're going to not necessarily dumb it down, but make it a little bit easier to understand how these mechanics work, along with giving you an open world. So that's what gets there's a lot of things that are coming over from the East. X Burke says, I'm moving East. Hey, Lies of P, again, is another one. Yep. But at this point, I don't think we need to see anything else from Lies of P. At this point, the game is just ready to be released. That's coming into Game Pass also. So definitely something to look out for. But Avi earlier says Sony made a China push with Genshin and more. Take over real quick for me, Pong.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, no, that was a big deal. Phil just talked about that recently, about how they were disappointed they missed out on Genshin. Again, that's why Steele and I beat this drum so much. And I know a lot of people in this community, a lot of people listening to us agree as well. Like, you don't have to like every Eastern styled game, but there's a whole, like, everybody, when you say Eastern style game, a lot of people jump right to anime. And they say, oh, it's another anime game. Or they jump to a turn-based JRPG. Oh, it's just a turn-based JRPG. No, that's not what we're talking about. There's a diverse amount of games coming out of the East. Look at this, this LLL game, Triple L game. Again, we get games like that coming out of the East now as well. And so Phil, after missing out on Genshin, they doubled down and they said that they were actively searching for the Eastern style games to not miss out again. I think after Genshin, one of the deals that they cut was Naraka Blade Point. Naraka Blade Point was a game that normally would have skipped Xbox, but they actually made Xbox a priority and put it into Game Pass. And the developers were extremely excited about the engagement that got out of Naraka.
100%. Yeah.
Naraka didn't turn into Genshin, obviously. It's not a Genshin
it didn't
Impact.
blow up because there's a skill
but that,
there.
Right, but that's what you have to do. Again, that's what I fight with Square Enix for not putting their games. You have to go out and take chances, and you have to invest in a bunch of different places in the East. And if you get one Genshin out of that investment, great. That changes everything. It changes everything about your platform when it comes to people's perception of it. That's why going and getting Personas, finally, the Persona series, finally coming to Xbox was such a big deal. Yeah. It starts changing the perception of what your platform actually is. And Phil understands this. Sarah Bond understands this. Her and her team have been doing a ton of work over there. Monster Hunter Rise coming to Game Pass. If you're not a Monster Hunter fan, you can sit back and say, it's not that big a deal. Let me tell you, the popularity of Monster Hunter is a huge freaking deal. It is. And for it to be coming to Game Pass day and date when it launches on PlayStation and Xbox for the first time, it's a big deal. And Capcom to be on board, they saw engagement from Monster Hunter World when they went on the Game Pass. Look at the
numbers, guys.
Look at the numbers. Having Capcom on the side of, yes, of course, they're getting, like Steele and I said, this wasn't one of the small Game Pass deals. This is probably one of the bigger Game Pass deals that you'll see Xbox do. They had to drop off a considerable amount of money. But there are some publishers, Square Enix, that still resist all of this. Capcom being on board means that they know it's valuable for them outside of even just the bag being dropped off at their doorstep, that they understand they are building and cultivating a new fan base in Xbox that necessarily never saw Monster Hunter as an Xbox game before. Now, with Monster Hunter World being on Xbox and, oops, I'm turning off my camera. Whoa. Okay, here we go. Also now getting Monster Hunter Rise, you start to change that perception. Now people don't hear Monster Hunter and instantly dismiss, it's not going to be on Xbox, like we do with Final Fantasies and that kind of, it's not going to be on that. That's the change that has to happen. So Phil getting into the East, grabbing new developers, hopefully, Steel, they did not miss out on Black Myth Wukong. Hopefully, that check was cut very early on to the Black Myth Wukong people. I sure hope so. Because those are the types of games you can't miss out on if you're Phil, Sarah, and the rest of the Xbox team. They have to go make those investments. So please go do so. So again, is it NC Soft?
Yes, it's NC Soft.
Okay. Sorry if because I was on the other one. But yeah, they can't miss out on this stuff. They can't. It's too important, and that's the inroads you have to make. So yes, they missed out on Genshin, which is unfortunate. But if they're now,
Big Jack.
I know, bro. It's ridiculous. But now, again, as they get their footprint bigger and bigger, yes, if they get their footprint bigger and bigger and bigger over there, they'll miss out on less and less of those, and you'll start seeing more of those hits come over to Xbox as well. And that's exactly what's happening right now. Again, it's what's going on. It is an absolute 100% philosophy change within Xbox that Phil started, that now with the bag behind him, with Game Pass behind him, with their mind share growing, their market share growing, and Sony starting to see a little shrink, then you're going to see more and more of that Eastern flavor game coming over. But it's these type of games you got to take a chance on. It's the LLL games that you got to take a chance on and see. They might not always hit, but you got to have them on your platform to check out. The last one that I'll point out that was a L for Xbox because they did not get in on it and they let Sony take over was, of course, Lost Soul?
Lost Soul Aside?
Yeah. That's
like
one.
Devil May Cry. It's like a Devil May Cry mixed
we saw it was announced for all platforms, and then all of a sudden Sony walked in and got it exclusive.
Of course, and I
that's but that's the ones you can't miss.
Yeah, it looks like
Bayonetta. It looks like it could be the next Bayonetta. It looks fantastic.
Yeah, it has the dragon that forms into different weapons. You can ride. The game looks super dope, man, and it is definitely a missed opportunity. And again, that could be another one. Stellar Blade is another one of those.
Stellar Blade, yep.
Where I mean, yeah, and then and those games might still come to PC day and date also, because of what the current kind of incentive is for PlayStation. But at the same point, it does kind of come across like, hey, well, where's your guys' vision at if they're going to lock down these games? But again, it's one of those things where it does look like their style of game, which is also kind of, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how things play out, because it's like, some people want to do things the same way and keep doing that, and other people want to do things differently. And overall, I do think that the more variety we continue to get as part of the Xbox ecosystem, or just really into the Western market more so than anything, more variety that we end up getting, I think the better everything is going to end up becoming. And I do think the next major push that we see in gaming is going to come from the 100%. As at least how we look at like gameplay mechanics and things. That's me. Tim the Sorcerer said Japanese are all about aesthetics, so a Series S or X against a, I don't know what you call a PS5 besides ugly. Yeah, Xbox is going to grow in Japan. I mean, yeah, you do have a good point. I mean, the Series S is an extremely small console, and no matter what people want to pitch, years down the line, the Series S is going to hold everybody back. I mean, tell me that you don't understand hardware without telling me you don't understand hardware. Anyway, Avi also says, after Callisto, I'm worried about PC ports. Seems Sony's APIs are fundamentally incompatible with DirectX. I mean, and Avi, honestly, what it is that they just don't have enough time. It's not that. The game's already being developed on a PC and being ported to console. The issues reside that they don't have enough time to polish their game. It's blatantly obvious when you release not one, but 2 updates a day later.
Yeah, and that wasn't Sony per se. That wasn't Sony.
Yeah, it's not Sony per se.
It's on them. It's on the devs. But I mean, that's why Sony went and bought Nixus, right? To make sure their PC ports were up to par. That's why they went out and got Nixus. They went out and got masters at porting. And that's why, because they know that they have a problem.
Exactly. So it just depends on how you want to paint that picture or look at it. Now we are 3.5 hours in, Pong. I don't know where the time went. I thought we were only like an hour and a half in.
No, sir. We've been going.
We're definitely beyond that. Goodness gracious. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed my Naraka Blade Point gameplay, as Pong has mentioned that earlier. I brought this back. I think I played it earlier, but it was kind of split up. So you guys in that split screen format that we had before. So now you're seeing it in full action. And somebody asked me earlier if that they didn't know that I played the Naraka Blade Point. Yes, I was playing it extremely heavily. I have dropped off of it quite a bit, mainly because ease of access. That's really honestly what it is. The last few times that I tried to boot it up on my computer on the PC, the game wouldn't boot up. And I've had to spend almost an hour every time trying to troubleshoot why it won't open, to get it to open. And that's happened every time that I played it on PC. And I do have it available on console, but I kind of leave the console open for my wife to play. And me, it just makes it easier for me to touch multitude of games when they're available on my PC because of how my storage situation is set up. And really, it's just ease of access between all of it, right? Because I can switch over anytime that I wanted to my box because it is hooked up to my capture card, whatever else the case might be. But the other side of that is also time and what other games am I playing. And I do want to play Naraka because there are more people that have jumped into it. And there are more people that have also stated that the combat got refined, has been refined more. Excuse me, can't talk. Getting hungry. And the game's really feeling really good. So I mean, I do want to jump back into Naraka. It is one of those games to where it definitely is a lot more fun when you're playing with people, whether that be 2 or 3 people. It's a fantastic time. I do feel like I'd probably be some ass at it currently, because I haven't played it in such a while. And again, Naraka is another one of those games that this game is not going to be for everybody. Once you get over that initial phase of what you like about the game, it does become a game that is about, are you better than other players? And that can be annoying sometimes. At least it was annoying previously with some of the connection issues that we're having, some of the combat issues, and people fucking taking advantage of certain characters being able to use certain abilities and it being broken. But I know that I follow Naraka very closely because I do fully support the game. But that's neither here nor there. Anyway, I think this is going to be the perfect opportunity for us just to wind it on down and to get into our this day in gaming segment. Fahim says Naraka kind of looks like Neo 2. Maybe it looks in some ways because of the Eastern culture aesthetic. Because I mean, Neo is exactly that. It's literally the extreme Eastern version of like a Dark Souls game. That's exactly what it is. With all that flair in it, and I guess I see where you draw that comparison, but combat nowhere even remotely close. Naraka has a lot more complexity to it. Fortunately, unfortunately.
Eastern characters are the chef's kiss.
And it's because they care about their lore, man. They care about it's not necessarily about the religious aspect of it, but because they do take that stuff very seriously, you do see that get spread out amongst a lot of their games, and there is something to be said that a lot of their lore outside of the East, a lot of us in the West aren't familiar with if it's not involved in anime.
And they have appreciation for beauty.
Yes. They don't shy away from it. Yeah.
Nope.
They don't shy away from it. Again, there's another one of those places where
it's all personal taste. It's all personal taste. Again,
not everybody likes it. Again, I like it.
I like it.
I'm all about that. The Chinese, Japanese aesthetic, especially all the times we're back. I love that type of stuff. If I could have my house built like that, I think that'd be about and I have 2 fucking lion dogs out in my front yard. That'd be me. I'm just saying, it'd be me. Neither here nor there. Is there anything else that you wanted to touch on? Oh yeah, Fahim, I wasn't saying like you were saying it was bad. One more thing. Ham said to me it showed that they didn't care as much for the Xbox port, which is disrespectful. Seeing the game is the same price on the other console. And again, that's why we mentioned it earlier. It does come across that way. First impressions are everything. Again, as much as people can say, oh, well, there's an update and fixed everything today, you guys are being disingenuous by not mentioning that there was an update. I mean, again, why release the game that way if you had the updates ready? Oh, they didn't get cleared in time. Okay, well, what's the difference between releasing it on this coming up Tuesday where the updates would have been ready versus you releasing it when you did and then updating it later? That kind of showed me, would you have updated the game if people would complain to the way that they did? I don't know. Maybe.
Well, they wouldn't have put the crunch time in like we talked about because they're crunching. So they wouldn't have put that time in.
Yeah, because
much more relaxed.
If you think that they're not crunching to get these updates and everything out, you're smoking something, and I definitely got something I can tell you.
Yeah, especially after the review scores.
Yeah, dog. Like me and Paul mentioned earlier, I can guarantee that they were coming off of Dead Space. They were looking, hype. Yeah, the hype. They were looking for this game to hit a little harder than it did. Not to say that it's not going to be another one of those 70 games. No. Who cares anyway? But it's not going to be another one of those games that again later on it picks up. Yeah. And again, Cyberpunk's the main example of that. But again, you have one try to make a first impression. With exactly why it's called that. Yep. So, but you didn't have anything else that you wanted to talk?
No. Let's get into this day in gaming, man.
Let's get into this day in gaming so we can get fed and potentially get some gaming in later. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So this day in gaming, we are December 3rd of 2022. We're going back 30 years. Typically, in the past, this kind of, bring some of those older memories that you may have. And also because I do believe that gaming is art and should be treated as such. Shout out to the Everborn Saga. It's always dope to me when we go back on this day in gaming and look at where gaming was compared to where gaming is at today. The quality of games that we're getting. Again, I know we complain about bugs and everything, and that's a big point of the conversation, but there has to be something said about the art and the beauty that we are getting, the type of gameplay that we are getting today, which was not possible in the past. So, December 3rd on this day in gaming. We're starting in 1993. Let me go ahead and swap the screen over because maybe that's important. All right, let me switch this on over a little bit. Set up. All right. So we're starting in 1993. Super Nintendo released Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters in Japan. Real quick, Ham Solo says, how you not notice that the reflections don't work until release? Again.
They did. I guarantee you they noticed it. Damn, I guarantee it.
Again, that's why I will not just back off and say, oh, there's an update. No, man, you released the game this way.
They said they looked at it and said nobody's going to play in quality mode anyways. That's what they said.
I mean, again, it's such a huge. This is the huge double-edged sword about how games are getting. Anyway, 94 PlayStation released the PlayStation in Japan.
Nice.
94. Then in 96, Nintendo 64 released Star Wars: Shadows of the Empire. That was a fucking good,
great game.
Then in 98, PlayStation released Jade Cocoon: Story of the Kamemayu. Okay, and they released that in Japan. Nah, I don't know what that is, but shout out. Then the PC released Mega Man X4. Can't believe if they actually say the X's. I do believe that they do. It's not Mega Man 14. I do believe it's Mega Man X4. They released that in Japan.
Shout out to Mega Man. Supposedly making a comeback here soon too.
It needs to, man. You know,
rumor.
There's one. You guys want to know something about me? Well, before I became obsessed with Iron Man, I was a huge Mega Man. One of my biggest dreams that I had when I was growing up is that I wanted to one day build my own Mega Man. Buster
It all makes so much sense now, Steel. The further you go back in your history, the more sense. Yeah, your obsession with armored men makes total sense.
Hey, he had a robot dog. Like, he was so cool to me. Like between Sonic and Mega Man, oh, it couldn't get any better. It couldn't fucking get any better. But I do think that we can get a proper Mega Man Mario 64 style, a Mega Man action adventure game. I think would be really, especially if they do it more mature, more gritty, because Mega Man had that aspect. It had a disturbing story there. But anyway, in 98, PlayStation also released R4 Ridge Racer Type 4 in Japan.
Oh, Ridge Racer.
Great game.
Classic. Great games. Oh, so much fun.
Then in 2001, PlayStation 2 released Jak and Daxter, The Precursor Legacy.
Shout out to Jak and Daxter. I like Jak and Daxter.
Jak and Daxter I could never get into. I never understood the hype behind it.
It wasn't my favorite by any stretch of imagination, but Jak and Daxter was good. Played with the kiddo a lot, so
I've heard people liked it. I've never played Jak and Daxter myself. I think I played their first game, but that's as far as it ever. Then in 2002, Game Boy Advance released The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past / Four Swords. This is actually one of the greatest fucking Zelda games that are in existence. Great fucking. Anyway,
shout out to Zelda.
Shout out to Zelda. Then in 2008, Xbox 360 released Banjo-Kazooie. Not the banjo.
Shout out to Mr. Boomstick, the man hammering the table for a comeback of Banjo-Kazooie. I know there's a group of people out there that want to come back. I never got into Banjo. I never.
Banjo has some potential. I don't know how much potential nowadays, but he has potential. Then in 2009, the PSP released Holdu Senshi Gundam versus Gundam Next Plus in Japan.
Jesus Christ. Save some letters for the rest.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you got to put all that on the box too. Don't worry.
Just explain the whole game. Just put the description of the game on the title. That's what you should do. Yeah, shout out Blue Moon, the Saboteur. If you never played that, amazing game. Why you hear so much of the community talk about it. Still to this day, unique. Some other games have tried to do what they did with the black and white, that as you clear out an area, it turns to color. But set in World War II, absolutely freaking amazing. Saboteur is an awesome game.
Uh,
And
sorry. Go ahead.
no, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Then in 2009, PSP also released Phantasy Star Portable 2 in Japan. Shout out to Phantasy Star.
Fantasy Star.
Although they lost me with New Genesis because whatever.
Yep.
I don't
PSO on Dreamcast was oh god, it's so
my
great.
brother loved that. It was on an OG Xbox too.
Yep. Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, my brother loved that. Then the Wii released Samurai Warriors 3 in Japan.
Love Musus, man.
Love that.
Fast food.
Yeah, 100%. Then PC released PC, PlayStation 3, and Xbox 360 released the game that you guys mentioned earlier, The Saboteur. Then in 2015, PC released Dragon Quest Heroes, The World Trees Woe, and The Blight Below.
Very good. Very good.
Nice.
Yes.
Then in 2015, 3DS also released Mario and Luigi Paper Jam. Paper Mario was a good game. Best Mario that's ever been released. Other than 64. The only Marios I will ever care about. Because Sonic's a bad character. Then in 2016, PlayStation 4 released Let It Die. Isn't that spider game?
No, Let It Die is that tower game.
Okay, gotcha.
Where you're battling through multiplayer.
Gotcha.
You're battling through it. Yeah. It became really popular for a while, and I played it. I played it on PS4, and I'm like, this is one of those games I just don't get why it's popular, but okay.
Yeah.
Monetized to all get out. I mean, it was like, wow. But whatever. It did work.
Yeah, it worked. Then in 2019, PC released Halo the Master Chief Collection, which was not fixed until 2021 completely for the most part.
Talk about a broken game. Jesus.
Oh.
Talk about being embarrassed, taking a flagship title and just, oh boy. I mean, now it's fantastic.
It's great now, but
oh boy.
Again, between Bungie and 343, I can't fucking make up my mind which one I feel more worried about in some aspects. Then in 2020, the Nintendo Switch released Altair Ryza 2 Lost Legends in the Secret Fairy in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Then PlayStation 4 and Xbox One released Dragon Quest XI S Echoes of an Elusive Age Definitive Edition.
Didn't finish it, but great game. Loved it.
Then Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4, and PlayStation 5 got Immortals Phoenix Rising. And
underrated game.
For people who are into those style of games, Assassin's Creed, Breath of the Wild, I've seen and heard a lot of people say that this game is better than Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, there was some people saying that actually. Hot take. I mean, to the Nintendo fan base, but it's a really good game. When I played, it's awesome.
But I think what a lot of people came to conclusion to was more so that, hey, if you couldn't get into Breath of the Wild, that Immortals Phoenix Rising might be the better choice.
Yeah.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, that is your This Day in Gaming segment. Hey, this was episode 82 of Living Splitscreen. Hopefully you guys enjoyed yourself. Hopefully you guys enjoyed me throwing some hands on the rock and blade point. And I kept getting caught up in the gameplay because when I was playing the rock on a day-to-day basis, I was really getting it in with some people and really making them feel my pain. But neither here or there. This wonderful episode 82. Again, we are on the road still to 1,000 subs for Living Splitscreen. And again, I'll say it again on our way out because we're going into the end of the year. A couple of things. We won't be live to 24th, Christmas Eve, which is Saturday. So just know that. The other thing too is that no matter what, you guys, if we get to 1K, I will buy Callisto Protocol and I will stream it start to finish. But again, because I want to do something for the community, at least want to give you guys another option because again, I'm not looking forward to playing it. Not saying it's a bad game, but just not that kind of a gamer to play these styles. Dead Space is the farthest it's gone for me, and even this Dead Space remake has me questioning some things because I don't know if I want to jump into this one either, which how all-inclusive they seem to have made this one. It has me kind of gripping my chair a little bit, but if the community ends up gifting Living Splitscreen, Callisto Protocol, again, I will play the game start to finish for you guys live on stream, as just as a thanks to you all. Either way, it's a thanks, and you guys can feel however you want to. You guys consider that e-begging. I don't see how, when I'm not considering, when I blatantly am telling you I'm not looking forward to playing it or wanting to buy it myself. But I do think it'll be funny for you guys. So that's one part of that. So just keep that into consideration. For everybody that is here or is listening to us on the back end, I want to thank you guys for tuning in. Our 2022 wrap up, far as Spotify goes, looks like it was extremely successful from what I could tell. Of course, we want bigger numbers and everything, but if you follow me on Twitter, you were able to see that. And again, guys, just if anywhere that you listen to podcasts, whether it's Apple, Spotify, Anchor, Google, no matter what, we are available everywhere, literally. Do us a favor if you can, leave us a review, 1 to 5 stars. If you think we're garbage, tell us we're garbage. If you think we're great, let us know how great we're doing. If we need to make some changes, let us know. And overall, it just helps with the algorithms and things, especially with
just
YouTube.
leave a 5-star and then complain in the comments.
Oh, you can do that too. You can do that too. That'd be great. But yeah, definitely leave us a review. Hit that like button on all platforms or star, whatever it is, just so the algorithms and the gods know that Living Splitscreen is getting that attention out there. And again, we are going to work on some things in the background so that we will be a little bit more visible. Again, time is of the essence, and depending on where my time's at, man, it is what it is. But you can find me, Steel Rain. Steel Rain, the T is a 7. Make it super easy for everybody. You can look it up in Google if you want to make it a little extra easier for you. You'll find all my social platforms, all of my information there. Again, hit me up in the messages, hit me up in the DMs. I'm not one of those people that got to run from people and say, hey, I don't want to talk to this person today, or I don't feel like telling them that I don't want to rock with them. No, I'm just going to tell you, hey, I got a squad. Hey, I'm not trying to play with you because you're holding us back. That's the way that I grew up, is just being honest with people as much as I can. So with that being said, thank you all for joining us today. And again, another 4-hour episode of Living Splitscreen. Again, we keep it live, raw, and uncut. We take that RTS approach. We build that foundation for so many reasons, but we definitely want to reach those 3 billion gamers that Phil Spencer always speaks to. And again, guys aren't familiar with real-time strategy games or RTS, is where you take yourself pull yourself out of the world, look at the darker crevices of the map, pull those resources together to, again, not only build up our foundation, but also build up our community and potentially reach those 3 billion gamers. Because again, we as a community have so much of a voice to speak to within this industry that we don't have anywhere else. So, lead the people to victory, man. Again, greatly appreciate you for being here. I know you were a little sick earlier. I was like, I don't know how he's feeling, but again, I should have put the faith in my guy. He always knocks it out like I do. But lead the people to victory, man. Let them know where they can find you. And again, another beautiful episode. Living Splitscreen, bro.
Oh, 100%. This is the Saturday morning, man. This is what it's all about. I woke up excited, and I really wasn't sick. Earlier in the week, my throat was just, man, it felt like razor blades on PM to PM. I'd have Mav do the host, but I wasn't feeling bad. Like I wasn't feeling sick. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining us yet again for another freaking ridiculously good episode. Again, if you can't tell, I said this before, Steele's mentioned it before, you can't do this for 4 hours unless you're actually enjoying yourself. There's no way. Yeah. And there's just no better time than hanging out with the chat with my brother from another Steel and getting down to business with the week in gaming news and talking about gaming. Yes, we go on our rants. Yes, we talk about other stuff. Yes, we do bring up community issues from time to time. And all that kind of stuff, but without all the plastic box nonsense. Like it's so refreshing to come on and have people around like Steel who just want to talk games, man, and who want to get down to business. And same goes for you, chat. You guys have been amazing since day one. And as we're getting closer to the end of 2022, can't believe it. That this is what it's turned into, I should say, from the time that Steel and I first talked about doing this. So thank you all for being here. All love and respect. Again, the people in the future listening to us on your favorite platform, no matter where it is, Love you all the same. Thank you all for being a part of this great adventure with Steel and I. So once again, hope you have a great rest of your weekend. You can find me Pong Steel on Xbox, Pong Steel on Twitter. You guys all know the drill there. I'm going to be playing a lot of Midnight Suns. I got a busy weekend. I got to go visit Dad for the holidays, early trip over there. So that's going to be tomorrow. So I got to get some stuff done today.
Nice.
But yeah, I'm going to be hopping on Midnight Suns here whenever I got a chance this weekend. So I'll be doing that. Have some more thoughts on that, I'm sure, next week as well. Otherwise, you can find me tonight, though, for sure. The Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel. Gotta be there. Myself, PTK Blam, Fuzzy Belvedere, member of Fun Speculation crew as well. Be there 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Central Time now with the hour change. 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Central Time. We're going to end your Saturday night the right way with good talk as well. And then, of course, Tuesdays, it's Xbox Factor Podcast. Don't ever know when I'm going to be there, but it doesn't matter. Mr. Boomstick, Double Barrel Gaming, you know it all. Listen, All Good Things Green every Tuesday. He's got a full panel all the time. He's brought on more people. 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time every Tuesday for Xbox Factor Podcast. Then next Thursday, it's going to be a special PM in the PM. We will be going live with the Game Awards. Probably be having some of the family if Steel's available. He is probably going to be there as well. So we're going to have a good time. The fun spot. We don't know who we're going to have, what we're going to wind up having. But it's going to be interesting no matter what. It's going to be a fun show. Like I said, we're going to see new things. And then obviously the questions. Does Sony show up? Does Xbox show up? We're going to find out. But that's going to be a special PM in the PM. We'll check on times. Normally we're on 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time is right the starting of the Game Awards. We'll probably go live a little bit early, but we'll check that out. Get ready for notifications on that. But otherwise, most Thursdays, it is going to be right there over on Fun Speculations channel. And then back at it Friday night for Xbox Ultimate on Fun Speculations channel, 10 p.m. Eastern now, 9 o'clock Central Time. That is the new official time for Xbox Ultimate. Had a great show last night, a lot of great conversation. So be there every Friday night. And then, of course, back here next weekend for Living Splitscreen next Saturday, God willing. We will be here. And otherwise, folks, telling you, golden age of gaming. At some point, you're going to see T-shirts. At some point, you're going to get this word out on the street. People don't realize it yet. This is the best time ever to be a gamer. So get out there this weekend. Enjoy your time. Play what you love. Love what you play. And I'm going to talk to you all real soon. Steel, get us out of here, brother.
All right. Beautiful people, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and your grandma and grandpa, if they're listening, thank you again for joining us on episode 82. See you guys next week on episode 83. Much love, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all stay safe and enjoy your week. Ow!